Testing? Hey, Emily. Test worked? Okay, cool, cool. Hey, Harper. Hey, Ballard. Hey, Kaiju. How long you plan on staying on for? I usually don't have a plan. Hey, Dan, thought of you today. Oh, thank you, Tracy. I've missed you. It's been a while. Watching Invisible, Dan? No. Dan Holick. Hey, Ashley. What's your bench PR, Dan? I don't remember. It's been a while. Hey, Layla. Hey, Prince. Have you seen the Harry Sisson controversy? Do you have any thoughts around it? I have seen it. I might have some thoughts later in the live. I don't want to. Volume is a little low. Oh yes, I remember. The volume on YouTube and Twitch is lower than TikTok, and I need to figure out why. Give me 1 second. Rammer, thank you so much for the sub on Twitch. We just hit 10 subs. Thank you so much, Grammer. Hey, Millie. Hey, Bulb. Hoodlum is getting cooked by Brett right now. We might have to watch that while I set up. Brett, 333? Is that what it is? Nope, it's not. Brett Cross 333? Nope. Did anyone know his handle? Brett Cross 333. I tried everything except that.
Well, your God references is not who I say is my God.
Oh, okay. So what I'm saying then is that a God, right, that cannot be proven real, right, gives you something. That's what you're saying. You're saying that your God gives you rights. Does your God give me rights?
Yeah, you have the right to protect yourself.
So your God gives me rights, but I don't believe in your God. So how does your God's not real to me. So how does your God give?
All right, before we get back to that, is my mic louder now? Testing, mic, test. Thank you, Carly. It is louder? Is it better, or is it like getting bad quality? Sounds a lot better now? Okay, cool, cool. Should I make it louder, or are we good here? Mic good?
Is the separation of church and state. So why would they do that then?
So, do you think that a rabbit has the right to protect itself from the wolf?
Yeah. Does the rabbit have to use a fucking 1911?
Hey, Cheerio.
No, but what I'm saying
does a rabbit have the right to use a 1911 to protect itself against you?
Yes.
Really? The rabbit?
Yes.
Has the right?
Yes.
Does a 6-year-old have the right to use a firearm against you?
I would say that minors, no.
Why not? A rabbit can, but a minor can't.
I don't know what's happening.
So your God only grants rights when you're 18.
All right, we're lagging, chat. We're lagging hard. Okay. All right. Anyway, we got to focus on the There's a lot of news since the last time we went live. There is a lot of news. Okay. Let me see what stories we're going to cover here before we go live on TikTok. Here. Federal Reserve sees tariffs raising inflation this year, keeps key rate unchanged. Okay, that's Wall Street rallies as pressure eases from the bond market after Fed decision. Fed decision to not change the rates. Okay. Ben & Jerry's alleges parent company Unilever removed its CEO over social activism. Wow. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to open the ones that are going to be used in debates, and then everything else I'll go through all of the news stories after debates. We have a new team that is working on the source doc. I'm going to shout them out once we're live on TikTok, but they're doing the Lord's work, headed up by Neely. Trump's press secretary attacks federal judge in deportation case by name and calls him Democrat activist. I saw that, Ashley. uh, Big Pharma fears best-selling drugs in crosshairs of U.S. EU. What that is. Reuters, you don't need $1 a week. Thank you. Judge declared Doge USAID dismantling violates Constitution. Yeah, I think I saw that. Did you see Tim Walz posted that he checks Tesla stock for a midday pick-me-up? I didn't see that, but I did hear about that. Drug makers are urging the Trump administration and European Union officials to exclude medical goods from expanding tariff wars, hoping to avert price hikes on top-selling medicines made in Europe from Novo Nordisk's Wegovy for weight loss to Merck's cancer immunotherapy Keytruda. Okay. Excuse me. That's interesting. All right. Next. White House press secretary says French should be grateful to U.S. They are not speaking German. Not the burps mid-sentence. That was a hiccup. That wasn't a burp. I swear that was a hiccup. I mean, you can believe whatever you want, but that was a hiccup. That's why I drank. I don't know if you saw. I drank 7 gulps of water. So it's exactly 7 gulps of water to get rid of the hiccups. No more, no less. One of the French politicians called for U.S. to return the Statue of Liberty. Yeah, I saw that. The problem with that is it's just one politician, so it's not really news. What a life hack, Dan. I'm seriously going to carry that with me. It never fails. And if it doesn't work, you're in trouble. Doge official takes the leadership role of USAID, an agency Musk's team helped to dismantle. What? Official at Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency is taking a leadership role at USAID, according to an email obtained by the Associated Press, giving Doge a top job at an agency that it has helped to dismantle. at least the second Doge lieutenant to be appointed to a top job at the agency. Say white horse 3 times to rid hiccups. I'll try that next time. Look up what happened with segregation today. We're getting there. We're getting there. Trump releases JFK files. I don't know how interesting that'll be, but okay. Auto pen controversy. Yeah, I don't care about that. Trump's return to office order is chaos at FDA. One staffer described chaos and lost work hours for commuting, security lines, and shuffled office space. Yeah, there was no reason, by the way, that the executive order that made every federal job, every federal employee have to like work in the office, no longer remote employment. What was the point? Who asked for that? Can y'all name one person that asked for that? What's the job? What's the reason? What is the reasoning? Bro, they're about to get rid of the 2-day weekend. It's about to be a 6-day work week. Trump halts 175 million in funding to Penn University over policy on trans athletes. Oil execs frustrated with Trump's agenda are meeting with Trump at White House. Elon crying about the left is so cringe. You're gonna play Schumer on All In with Chris Hayes so people get perspective on the actions along perhaps tomorrow. We'll see. Yeah, probably not tonight. Oil and gas execs, some of whom are increasingly frustrated with Mr. Trump's agenda, are scheduled to meet the White House. Oh, Chief Justice Roberts rebukes Trump's call for impeaching judge who ruled against his. When I wake up and Trump is still in office. Yeah, I do like that. So to Senator Echorn, Aaron Echorn, who introduced the Trump derangement syndrome bill, arrested for soliciting prostitution from a minor. Oh my god, I can't believe I heard that a Republican was arrested for soliciting a minor. That's not a shocking story anymore. But I didn't know it was the same guy that introduced the Trump derangement syndrome bill. That's wild. Hey Steph. Segregated facilities are no longer explicitly banned in federal contracts. I love that for us. Nice country, man. Sweet votes. 77 million racists. Love it. Trump invites serial sexual assaulter and violent assaulter Conor McGregor to speak at White House for St. Patrick's Day. Yeah, I mean, that's just par for the course at this point. South African ambassador has to leave U.S. by Friday, Trump administration says. The State Department says South Africa's ambassador to the United States, who was declared persona non grata last week, has until Friday to leave the country. After Secretary of State Marco Rubio determined that Ambassador Ibrahim Rasool was no longer welcome in the U.S. and posted his decision Friday on social media, South African embassy staff were summoned to the State Department and given a formal diplomatic note explaining the decision. Department spokesman Tammy Bruce Lee said, Tammy Bruce. He might free Diddy, I heard. That's so wild. Rubio announced his on X. Say what the post link to a story by Breitbart about a talk Rasul gave earlier in Johannesburg. Rasul, speaking by web conference, talked about actions taken by the Trump administration in the context of a United States where white people soon would no longer be the majority. So confused. The fact that they post everything they think and do on social media is wild. Oh, okay. So the ambassador to South Africa said something negative about Trump, so they're kicking him out of the country. Sweet. Love that for us. Trump is leading global white supremacy movement. True. Wait, can we get this guy on the show? USAID cuts jeopardize Agent Orange cleanup and other efforts critical to ties with Vietnam. As a former American air base in southern Vietnam, work abruptly stopped last month on an efforts to clean up tons of soil contaminated with deadly dioxin from the military's Agent Orange defoliant. AR flu. The Trump administration's broad cuts to USAID also halted efforts to clear unexploded American munitions and landmines. Damn. All right. So I'm going to be honest. I am just now learning that we're still cleaning up our mess in Vietnam. But, sucks. Although this isn't going to matter to conservatives. They'll be like, yeah, who cares? Did you see Charlie Kirk's video where he says abortion is worse than the Holocaust? I did not. And Laos and Cambodia. The EU wants to break its security dependency on the US and buy more European weapons. In the TikTok's channel, he posted it. He posted it himself. Okay. So the problem with statements like that is that abortion, I think, is such a polarizing issue that the people that would be horrified by that statement are already on the side of pro-choice, and the people that would agree with that statement are already on the side of pro-birth. You know what I mean? So like, yeah, we can show the clip and chat will be like, oh my god, that's crazy. But that's like that they do believe that shit. Like that's why they don't care. Whenever we bring up like the children being shot in schools, they're like, yeah, but what about all those embryos? Because like in their heads, they consider them as children. So like, yeah, if you're just counting the embryos and the fetuses, it probably outnumbers the Holocaust deaths. But I don't know why we would count those. Should we start counting our skin cells or semen cells? I believe those are called sperm. Okay. The EU wants to break its security dependency on the US. Oh yeah, we read this. Making guns illegal won't help. Same goes for abortions. Ooh, I like that. I like that as a counter argument. Semen cells. Okay. I gotta get the dumb statements out of the way in the pre-show. The EU's executive branch unveiled its Readiness 2030 security strategy with the threat of Russian aggression at the forefront of concerns. Found Trump supporters. Wait, I don't get it, Siler. NATO intelligence estimates suggest that Russia could be capable of launching an attack in Europe again in 3 to 5 years. Last month, the Trump administration signaled the U.S. security priorities lay elsewhere on its own borders and in Asia, and that Europeans would have to fend for themselves and Ukraine in the future. That was as Europe's biggest land war in decades entered its 4th year. Under the strategy, member countries will be urged to buy much of their military equipment in Europe, working mostly with European suppliers, in some cases with EU help to cut prices and speed up orders. They should only purchase equipment from abroad when costs, performance, and supply delays make it preferable. Josh Hawley wants to change judges' power as he pushes to help Donald Trump. There's the Schumer clip that Barbie was talking about. Republican Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri on Wednesday urged Congress to stifle a power held by federal judges. Congress needs to roll back the nationwide nationwide injunction. These district court judges are out of control. Y'all remember the separation of powers? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Okay. Israel strikes that shattered ceasefire are just the beginning, Netanyahu says after deadliest 24 hours in Gaza since 2023. Russia and Ukraine carry out attacks after Putin-Trump call. I don't understand, like, where do these news sites get off on reporting on these wars when they were ended on day one of Trump's presidency? Like, I just don't get it. Federal judge blocks Trump administration from banning transgender people from military service. That's good. I don't know how long that block is gonna go through. Was it blocked in his first term? Because I know he banned transgender people from serving in the military in his first term, but I don't know if it like fully went through or not. Tesla investor calls for Elon Musk to step down as boss. Yeah. Judge warns of consequences if Trump administration violated deportation order. That one. Trump administration ban on segregated facilities. I have we have an NPR article that's a Reuters article. I'll keep the NPR one open. USAID ordered to be restored. Okay. Everything. Now we gotta do the caption for today. Charlie dropped the craziest quote of all time. What's the difference between a small baby in the womb and a grown Jew in Auschwitz? No comment. Those judges are the only thing standing between us and complete tyranny. Yes, absolutely true. Okay. Uh, we're gonna open up some of these news stories in a bit. Just gonna keep the ones open for debates. It almost feels that Charlie quote had a punchline he removed. Oh yeah, yeah. It sounds like a joke. Okay, so we're gonna do that. Sorry, guys. I've been really sleepy all day. I don't know why. Um, the segregated facility story. Don Roberts, um, rebuking Trump, calling for the impeachment of the judge. The Doge. official taking leadership role at USAID, we could do after the debates probably. Federal Reserve sees tariffs raising inflation this year. Keeping that one open. Okay. Okay. All right. Go. A guy's telling me that Trump saying Haitians are eating cats and dogs isn't racist because context. Ask him what the context was. Link to the new draft source doc is set up so anyone with the link has edit permission. I asked and he said the context of the statement shows you it's not racist. I just okay. It's like something happens every week that we need to discuss. I'm moving to Switzerland. I have a book all about how the Nazis gained power, and goddamn, it's the same as Trump. Yeah, no, the steps are like almost identical. He's hit all 14 check boxes of the 14 hallmarks of fascism. Like, it's for anyone that actually like knows the history, it's horrifying that that we're just on the same path. Okay. We need the caption. Hi, Brandon. A failed coup attempt too. Yeah. I mean, we could just use the. I think. What is our caption right now? MAGA is against. That one actually still works. Could just use that. Hey, Sid. We just added more bullet points, right? Because the Constitution, I was talking about the First Amendment and the 14th Amendment, but now we could also talk about the separation of powers, which is that's in Article 1, 2, and 3, right? The Vegas odds that Trump reads all those books and is inspired by the Mustache Man would be like negative. Hey, caffeine. Okay, yeah, I think we're gonna use the same caption because like the Federal Reserve said that inflation is gonna go up because of tariffs, right? So that adds more to the lower grocery prices. This one, and Donald Trump violating the court order for deportation, it hits those two for 1 and 3. So like everything still works, I guess. Read this. The Trump administration could face consequences if it violated a judge's order temporarily blocking the deportation of hundreds of Venezuelan migrants. The judge said on Wednesday, even as he gave the government more time to elaborate on expulsions. Wait, so do we have confirmation that he violated this? Do we have confirmation that he deported the Venezuelan migrants? Because it sounds like the court thinks he might have, but Boasberg signaled he was skeptical that compliance with the order would jeopardize national security, citing a post on X by Secretary Rubio. Ukraine and Russia just agreed to limited ceasefire. What, like just now? Ukraine agrees partial ceasefire plan. Yes, there are flight logs that show they didn't listen to the court. The court giving them time to provide evidence, but they're cooked. Also, ICE admitted they may not all be criminals. Caffeine, did you send me the link to that? I have the link to the judge saying that there will be consequences. Right here. Judge demands answers of Trump administration in Venezuela deportation case. President Donald Trump claims the deported Venezuelans are members of the prison gang Tren de Aragua, which he designated as a foreign terrorist organization. The White House on Saturday published a Trump proclamation that invoked the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. Later on Saturday, U.S. Judge James Boasberg issued an order blocking the deportations, but the flights continued anyway, and 261. Okay, Caffeine. The article I have is probably good enough. It was linked in the article that you sent. So, like, I think it was Reuters, and then it's linked to another Reuters article. Okay. I think we're Gucci, man. Go. Are you going to talk about the Harry situation on live at all, or no? Maybe. You've seen the segregation executive order, right? Yes. After a recent change by the Trump administration, the federal government I didn't think it was an executive order. I thought it was just a memo. After recent change by the Trump administration, the federal government no longer explicitly prohibits contractors from having segregated restaurants, waiting rooms, and drinking fountains. I don't know if you saw the news thread, but that Israel ceasefire is cooked. Yeah, I saw. Okay. I think we're ready to go. Oh, and just in time. It's 8:01. I said I was going to be an hour late. I'm an hour and 1 minute late. This. I do find it funny that Trump can't even dictator correctly. Keeps getting stopped at the courts. Yeah, I mean, listen, the framers of the Constitution thought of this. There was a reason we had separation of powers. You owe an extra minute at the end. I got you. When I'm about to end, remind me, and I'll stay on for an extra minute. We need this. We need this. Get the like count open. Get rid of the pre-show. Oh, great. Look at Twitch then. Okay, thanks. Bye. I'll try to remember to look at Twitch. I always forget you're in a different time zone, so to me, you're like 3 hours late. Wait, how does that make sense? I should still only be 1 hour late. Your time doesn't change. It's funny though. Okay, let me open TikTok. TikTok on the. Oh, thank you, Caffeine. The whole timeline. Must live in the hyperbolic time chamber. Don't stop, make it pop. DJ, blow my speakers up. Because I forgot you're ahead in time. LOL. To me is like 7. 3 to me is like 7 to you. Okay. Will do. Haha. If I stay awake that long. Okay, here we go. TikTok. Opening TikTok. Got distracted by Discord. TikTok is updating. Wait a sec. I have to see. Never mind. Okay. TikTok's still updating. We're almost there. All right. TikTok is open. You distracted by Discord? No, not one. It's like 14 in dog hours. Not gonna lie, the Discord do be having some interesting conversations. It really do. Did you see that Elon on Twitter fell for a satire news account? That's not even close to the first time. I didn't see what you're talking about, but he's done it multiple times. I think he might. There is an argument that Elon is the second dumbest billionaire on Earth. Genuinely. Like, who's dumber? Warren Buffett's not dumber. Marky Z is not dumber. Dan's patience already down by 1 because of Russian. No, I never. It never starts at 10. I don't think it's going to start at 10 until Trump is out of office. If I'm being honest with you. Who's the first? He's a billionaire because of Trump coin. I'm talking about Donald Jonathan. Okay. TikTok's open. I'm gonna open Angela, and then we're gonna get started. Is my chair? Is this ergonomically correct? If I'm sorry, I'm shaking the. I'm sitting like this. Am I sitting too straight? Not straight enough? Like lean back, right? Should I be like this? Friend just texted he cut funding for libraries. I haven't fact checked yet, but normally he's good. Bro will do anything but start the TikTok. Okay. I'm starting. I'm starting live right now. Political debates 319. Oh wait, no, I don't put that's for you. Political debates and news. Go live. All right, here we go. Live on TikTok. Connecting Angela. All right. Great enough. Now you owe more than a minute, Dan. It's like 7 minutes. Oh my god. What has it been 7 minutes? Where did the time go? Family. Hey, little glub. Hey, Lena. I just keep winning this game. Yeah, Emily, you're killing it for sure. Hey, I don't know how to read that. Izua? Hey, Izua. Hey, Arflu. Hey, Graham. Debates tonight? Yes. We're going to do debates, then we're going to do news, and maybe some other stuff. Howdy ho. Mac. Hi, Tyler. Did I pronounce that right? Isua? Hi, KP. Hi, Laura. Reminder to mod me when you get. Oh, yes. Thank you. Oh, shit. I didn't mod any of the new mods, did I? 1 second. Oh, can I even do it from here? Add moderator. Okay. Isaiah is running for the house. When are you? I'll think about it. Yes, my show is on. Hey, Miss M. Hey, L. Thank you for the heart me ice cold. Hey, remember Ellsworth. Hey, ice cold. We're gonna get started shortly. And where's Angie? Oh, did you want Angela on right now? We don't need to have her on. 7 minutes late, Dan. I know. Are we cooked, bro? Yeah. I think we are, Shathid. I think we are. Thank you all for the heart me's. As a quick reminder, y'all know I don't like asking for gifts, but the heart me's cost a penny and they're good for the algorithm. So if you got a penny, feel free to send the heart me. Other than that, though, all I ask for is just drop a follow. Thank you. Hello, my fellow Dan. Hello. Hey, Nebula. Is there a link to the Discord server to send?
Come on, man.
I found. Thank you. Who sent that? Thank you, Shathid. All right, we're going to start taking guests at 10K likes, and then we'll start taking guests to debate. Hey, Eli. Hey, Brian. Aga is against you. Yeah, obviously. Rip Dean. Oh no, I was just watching Dean. All right, hang on. We got to put up a Justice for Dean banner. I don't know if I'm in Dan's Discord. The Discord link is in my bio. Welcome in, everybody. We're just getting started. Just did a restart too. LOL, I like how we all came from Dean. All right, we're going to get to our first guest once we hit 10K likes. Welcome, everybody. Thank you all for being here.
Talk about extreme.
Thank you to the Epic Tickle. Thank you so much for the Cooper flies home. That was so cute. Thank you so much, Epic. The Thief, thank you for the little crown. Okay, we're just about there. On the opacity, it needs to be on 100%. There we go. All right. I appreciate that, Epic. Oh, shit. Wait. Epic, did I... No. We're going to be starting in T-minus 40 seconds. Epic, you also need to be modded. Shout out to our 3 new mods this week. We have now rounded out the mod team. R-Flu, Epic Tickle, and Neely. W's in the chat for the new mods.
You are fake news.
Thank you, Shathid, for the Rockstar. Hey, Rod. Hey, everybody. Have you heard about Trump bringing back segregation? Yep, I did. Unfortunately, I did hear about that. All right, we're going to bring up our first guest now. Oh my god, wait. Look at what my previous text was. Oh my god. Those big guys get banned way too often. All right, here we go. Does Rudy Giuliani still practice law? No, he was disbarred. Hi, welcome up.
Hello.
How you doing?
Doing good. How are you?
Doing all right. For Donald Trump?
So yes, I did vote for Donald Trump.
Okay.
I do want to make America great again.
Okay.
And am I against the Constitution? Well, I'm against anything that stops us from saving the country.
Okay. So just so we're clear, you're cool with violating the Constitution if it fits your plan for saving the country.
Yes, absolutely. 100%.
I appreciate you for being upfront about that. That's horrifying, but I guess we can get into how violating the First Amendment saves the country.
Well, I mean, what regard are you talking about?
So when Donald Trump is deporting legal residents for participating in their First Amendment right to protest, it's not even just amendments now. Now he's violating like the articles, Article 1, 2, 3, the separation of powers, when he's defying a court order.
Unfortunately, it appears that I am lagging out, so I will hop off so that it doesn't become boring for your audience. But I may request later when I am not lagging. Thank you.
Copy. Okay. All right, chat. Laughing emoji if you believe him. Laughing emoji if you believe he was lagging out. Crying emoji if he ran. Laughing emoji if he was lagging. Crying emoji if he ran. Yeah, I agree. All right, next guest. Here we go. Hi, welcome up.
Hello.
Hi. You support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
And does it bother you that he's violated the First, 14th, and now the separation of powers clauses of the Constitution?
Yes.
It does bother you, but you still support him?
Yeah, because he's a better candidate.
In what way?
For the start, every human being needs to be against G, and that happened in Gaza. Kamala and Biden committed that. You are talking about constitution and law, but support candidate that supported Israel, armed Israel, diplomatic help, and oppressed Hamas. And
So how's that going for you now?
As I said, Trump is bad, but at least there is ceasefire now in Gaza.
Oh, there's a ceasefire? Hang on.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ceasefire is done, though. You're not paying attention, probably because you don't care about this issue, actually. The ceasefire has been over, and it's been the deadliest 24 hours since 2023.
Since 2023?
Yeah, the past 24 hours. You probably missed it. You don't really care about this issue. You're just a Kamala hater. But
Wait, okay, so IDF is in Gaza now, I suppose, because you know better.
do you want to read the article? The fact of the matter is, Donald Trump wants to ethnically cleanse Gaza. He's already said he wants the U.S. to own Gaza and free and not free and release Palestinians to live elsewhere, forcefully moving them from their homes. You know this. I hope you've heard this, or should I pull that up for you?
Okay, so your argument is Kamala and Biden carpet level Gaza committed G.
So first of all, can you show me any evidence that Kamala did what you just described? A singular piece of evidence?
USA sent weapon in Israel under.
Oh wait, did Kamala Harris send weapons? I didn't realize the vice president's role was to send weapons to Israel. I did not know that the vice president could do that.
I see. Okay, I see. She was against it. She resigned. She was against it because normal person is against genocide. I suppose she resigned as a vice president. That's your logic. Even if a normal person should resign.
So should everyone in Congress have resigned? Because those weapons were approved by Congress, right?
Yes, I agree.
You're putting them on Biden because you have other reasons for not supporting Biden and Harris.
Okay. So you're saying if Biden was candidate, you would support him too?
Wait, say that again?
If Biden was candidate, you would even he sent weapon to.
If Biden was wait, ask the question. I'm sorry.
If Biden was candidate,
yes,
you would vote even if for him.
Oh yes, because he's better for Palestine than Trump. Like very clearly, it's not even close. Like when Trump ran for president, Trump said, "I want Netanyahu to finish the job." Trump said, "I'm going to give everything Israel needs." And now that we don't even have to go by his words before the election, we could go by his actions now. He's siding with Israel on everything. Wants to own Gaza, ethnically cleanse Gaza. This is far worse than anything Biden would have done.
Okay, but why he called Netanyahu and put this fire that is breaching now?
Say that again?
Because if Trump was planning to continue what Biden did, why he support ceasefire.
The ceasefire. Hold on, I'm sorry. The ceasefire is no longer a thing. But
Okay,
Biden was the one that negotiated the ceasefire.
so you really think Biden was honest about it?
Biden was honest about what?
About ceasefire. He was sending weapons.
The
It
ceasefire was
was a show.
negotiated in May. Biden, by the way, did stop sending certain weapons. In fact, the weapons that were being sent in the end of Biden's term were all for Iron Dome weapons, defensive weapons. Now, don't get me wrong. I think he shouldn't have been sending any weapons until Israel stopped what they were doing. But the fact of the matter is, there's a big difference here. There's a big gulf between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Joe Biden was for that ceasefire. Donald Trump wants the end of the war because it's going to look good. Now, if the end of the war means a ceasefire, or if it means the United States owning Gaza, he doesn't care because he doesn't actually care about Palestine.
Okay, your opinion. What's the bad side in this conflict in Middle East?
What's the
Palestine
bad
is-
side in the conflict in the
Israel
Middle
or
East?
Palestine?
What?
Israel or Palestine? Who is the bad side? Israel, bad guy? Israel or Palestine?
So the Israeli government currently are the bad guys. The Palestinian government, aka Hamas. Actually, I'll say the government of Gaza, aka Hamas, was the bad side at the start of the conflict in October 7th. Both governments are corrupt. The innocent people are losing out in this war, and right now the innocent people that are dying are Palestinians.
You are now preaching Israeli propaganda. On October 7, 400. October 7 was uprising against the occupation, blockade.
Are you pro Hamas?
Yes.
Okay. Go to the next guest. If you're for murdering and killing people that are just celebrating at a festival, I'm sorry. I'm against that. I'm good on that. Go to the next guest.
Did you mean to bring me up here?
Did I mean to bring you up here?
Oh yeah.
You requested.
The other guy. I did request. I was just wondering because the other guy wasn't done talking from my screen. I was
Oh,
just wondering about something I had heard recently. It was about like this kind of Israel is planning to build some sort of like trading line. Do you know anything about that?
I
It
don't.
was like okay. I was just, maybe that's something you could look into. I was just wondering because I don't have enough time to do all that research, but I mean,
Okay.
you know, if you wanted to, it was about like how someone who sounded like they knew a lot more about this than I do was talking about how this Israel and Palestine thing is a whole entire like huge trade war or something, like at least from the United States perspective. If this is all propaganda,
Yeah,
oops.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, if you ever get around to looking into it, let me know at least, because
Oh.
I don't know if if that's all like bullshit or whatever. But
Okay.
if anyone else knows about it, then that'd be cool
thank
to
you.
hear. Yeah. Bye.
Bye. Pipeline through Syria. Oh, a pipeline. That might be different. Are you going live tomorrow night too? Yes, I am. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Assuming I don't accidentally cancel live, and by accidentally I mean intentionally. Okay, here we go. Next guest. If you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We are live Wednesday to Saturday, 7 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We're also live for all major political events. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. For those that have gifted so far, I really appreciate it. Nobody has to gift. All I ask for is if you just make sure that you're following. Right next to my name, if you see a red heart, an orange heart or a gray heart, you're good to go. But if you see a red oval, that means you're not following. You got to press that button. Also, TikTok might get banned April 5th. If you want to continue watching these lives, you need to follow on Twitch and YouTube. Link in my bio. We're actually currently live on Twitch and YouTube. So if you'd like, you can watch there. It's a wider screen and there's less audience. So your chats are more likely to be... Actually, I forget about Twitch and YouTube. No, that was about to be a lie. Okay, we'll go to the next guest. Love you guys. Here we go. TikTok getting banned again? Yeah, I mean, it never stopped getting banned. All they did was kick the can down the road. 75 days. Just follow. Thank you, thank you. Next guest, here we go.
Yep.
Hi, welcome up.
What's going on?
Nothing much. How you doing?
Living the dream.
Okay. You support Donald Trump?
Absolutely.
All right. Does it bother you that he constantly violates the Constitution?
What president hasn't?
Biden, Bush. Oh, actually, well, maybe not Bush with the Patriot Act, but Biden, Obama, Clinton. Most of
Obama
the
didn't violate the Constitution by unallowing an American citizen.
Are you talking about Anwar?
No due process.
Talking about Anwar?
Yeah,
Yeah, we went over that. That's not the same as what's happening here.
it is. It is. It's still against the Constitution. Would you agree?
No.
Yeah, it is.
If it was, the case wouldn't have been settled in the other direction. It went to court.
Well,
And they
it's
lost.
settled because he was a president, and they were like, "Uh-oh."
Obama.
The Supreme Court, the Supreme Court did say that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Not a good
so
one.
I'm gonna ask you the question again, and I need to hear a yes or no instead of your whataboutism. Does it bother you that Donald Trump violates the Constitution constantly?
What has he violated?
Article 1, 2, 3, separation of powers. Amendment 1, freedom of speech, freedom to protest. Amendment 14, birthright citizenship.
Okay, well, then take it to court and fight it out.
I'm going to
there.
ask the question one more time. I'm looking for a yes or no here. Does it
No.
bother you that Donald Trump is violating the Constitution constantly?
No, because he doesn't.
Okay. All right. I'll walk you through the easiest one. The 14th Amendment, the first line of it states that persons that are born in this country gain citizenship. Donald Trump released an executive order saying that is no longer the case. That is the exact opposite of the amendment. So how is that not violation?
Because that's his right to do so.
That is, where in the Constitution does it say the president can just undo the amendments?
He's not undoing an amendment.
I'll walk you through it slower. Hold on. Okay, so we're going to read it together. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. That is the first line of the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment is a part of the Constitution.
Right.
Okay. Executive order. So this executive order gets rid of birthright citizenship.
Okay.
You agree that that's what this says, right?
Well, one, I can't read that. And
Well, have you heard the story? Because if not, we can just find the actual clause.
what? Yeah, I've heard bits and pieces of the story. Sure.
Okay. So if he's passing an executive order that does the exact opposite of what the 14th Amendment says, is that
Thanks,
not
Obama.
violating the Constitution?
Thanks, Obama. Thanks, Obama. Thanks, Obama. Thanks, Obama.
What in
Thanks,
the world is
Obama.
that?
Epic Tickle, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So if his executive order is unconstitutional, then again they'll fight it out in court. But he has the authority to issue that executive order. Are you saying that he doesn't?
So just so we're clear, you are fine with the president constantly doing things that are unconstitutional because the court will stop him.
But just because you say it's unconstitutional doesn't make it exactly unconstitutional.
I'll do it a little bit slower for you.
It's a little more difficult than
All
that. And I know
persons
that you have a little
born
trouble understanding
or
that, but it's a little more-
naturalized
It
in
goes a little more in depth
the
than that.
United States, comma, and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, comma, are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside, period.
Okay, and
Okay.
don't care.
Yes. No, you can say, I just need you to be honest. Like our first guest was super honest, and I appreciated that. Just say you don't like birthright citizenship, so you're fine with him getting rid of it, but you don't care about the Constitution.
Again, let them fight it out in court.
All right, so I'm going to ask you the question. Is it okay to you? It's okay for you, for Donald Trump, to try to violate the Constitution as long as the courts will exist?
It is okay for him to challenge the Constitution, yes.
No. He's not challenging. No, a
He's
challenge.
challenging.
A challenge would
it
be
is a
if
challenge.
a
It's
challenge would be if
precisely what it
he sued and had that go to court, right? He sued to be able to pass this.
Okay, but the lead up to that is the executive order, right?
Okay, so how about this? So you're saying because the courts exist, right? Then he stopped from violating the Constitution. Is that right?
If what now?
Because the courts exist, then he's not allowed to. Then he's unable to violate the Constitution. Therefore, he's in the clear, right?
Well, no, he has the legal right to issue an executive order.
Not
and
if it's
then
unconstitutional. But let's go ahead and say that's the case.
and if it is unconstitutional, they will discuss that in court.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
On TikTok.
Let me ask you a question. If they do it in court, they find it's unconstitutional, and he does it anyway, are you still okay with that?
I would say no, and I think that he would not be okay with it.
Okay, I'm glad you mentioned that because
there's three branches of government, right? Do you know what the three branches?
yes,
are?
I know Trump doesn't, because a judge is demanding
he
answers
does.
of Trump. Excuse you, a judge is demanding answers of Trump. In the Venezuelan deportation case, you probably haven't heard about this because it goes against your.
I have.
Oh,
and
you have. Okay,
just
so
like
a judge
the DOJ said
issued a temporary order to halt the deportation of Venezuelan migrants, and Donald Trump ignored the order. That's violating Articles 1, 2, and 3 of the Constitution.
Says you.
I'll do it slow for you. Hold on.
What legal justification does that judge have over international affairs?
Over
answer is-
international affairs? Wait, Trump doesn't have to follow the Constitution if it has to do with other countries?
Yes, but that is not this judge's job. He's overstepping.
Based on what?
Based on. Okay, so let me pull up what the Supreme Court justice said about a month ago. He said that these low-level judges are overstepping their boundaries. So let me pull it up.
How about I pull up what the Supreme Court justice said today? How about that?
And just like the DOJ said and told that judge, we don't care. We are going to do whatever we want. And basically stuck it to that judge.
Yeah. So just today, or sorry, this was yesterday, U.S. Chief Justice John Roberts rebukes Trump's attack on Judge. Trump attacked the judiciary for these unfair rulings, and John Roberts is like, that's not what our country was founded on.
Right.
So I want you to take
Yes.
take note. So, sorry for 1 second. Just take note of what you're doing here. What you just did is something called moving the goalpost. It started with I would not be okay. I would not be okay if he. It started with I'm okay with him trying to violate the Constitution, or in your words, challenge the Constitution, because judges can stop him from challenging the Constitution. So when a judge stops him from challenging the Constitution and he ignores it, you're still okay with it, even though you said you wouldn't be okay with it if he defied a court order. What you did is you moved the goalpost. It started with you wouldn't be okay, and now you're still okay. No matter what he does, you are going to bend over backwards to defend him.
So now you're absolutely lying.
Oh, how am I lying?
So Justice Roberts said what about what? So he directed that towards Trump. And what was he talking about exactly?
Trump called for the impeachment of a judge because he was getting unfair rulings.
Had nothing to do with the deportation of those people. Nothing
I didn't
at
say
all.
it did. I said that.
Okay.
I said that Donald Trump's attack on the judiciary is against what this country stands for.
But basically, Justice Roberts said, "Hey, Trump, don't worry about it. I got this. I got this. I'm gonna deal with it." That's basically what Justice Roberts said.
Are you a real person? Just making sure.
Do you want me to read word for word what Justice Roberts said?
Are you a real person?
Do you want me to read what he said?
If you're able to do that function, yeah. If you have that ability, go ahead.
Okay, let me pull it up. And that's a talking point that you libs like to use. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. Nope, can't go there.
I love the poorly educated.
You okay there?
Yes, he was talking about you, by the way. He loves the poorly educated.
Thank you, Fufu, for the.
So, let's see. I actually didn't expect to get into this. I was going to talk about inflation, but do you have the quote up in front of you right now?
I mean, I guess I could pull it up. I thought you had it, but
Well, there's so much misinformation and bullshit coming from these liberal sites that they don't actually quote Justice Roberts.
Ah.
Let's see if Axios has it. Just more misinformation.
You're really having trouble finding a website that'll interpret it the way you're interpreting it, huh?
No, I just want Justice Roberts' word-for-word comment.
I'll pull it up for you. For more than 2 centuries, it has been established that impeachment is not an appropriate response to disagreement concerning a judicial decision. The normal appellate review process exists for that reason.
Yes. Basically tell them, hey, don't go after him impeachment-wise. Go to the proceeding through the appellate court system. So
Roberts added, we do not have Obama judges or Trump judges, Bush judges or Clinton judges. What we have is an extraordinary group of dedicated judges doing their level best to do equal right to those appearing before them.
So, yep, that is nowhere to be found on what I see. Let's see.
Okay.
So you literally just made that up, didn't you?
Oh, you think I made it up?
Yes, absolutely.
That was pretty eloquent of me. Yeah, that's right here.
And that was sent out what via email or
what does it matter? How does that change anything?
Because all the sources that I've seen, liberal included, did not have anything about that. We don't have Obama judges or Trump judges. So I'm just saying that's the first I've seen that. But yep. So Justice Roberts is wrong in that aspect because there is judicial activism going on 100%.
Based on your vibes and feelings?
No, based on the fact that Trump has over 120 legal appeals, which is more than double than Bush, Obama, and Biden.
Bush, Obama, and Biden didn't pass things that might be unconstitutional at the same rate that Donald Trump is. This is like so. So there must be a bunch of fake court cases against Trump because he's got so many court cases against him. That's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. So if someone's a serial killer, it's like, oh yeah, he really killed 40 people. 1 or 2, okay, 40.
So firing federal workers, which, if I'm not mistaken, Bill Clinton did that back in 95. He started that 94, 95. He fired over 300,000 federal employees. Not one judge said anything, right? If you remember that, the answer is yes. I'm sure you do.
You don't remember it. You got this talking point from X.com or Breitbart. We can go over, if you'd like, we can go over the difference between how Trump is firing federal employees and how
tariffs.
We can go over the differences if that makes it.
Tariffs. Dude, they're trying to send terrorists out of this country, and you got a judge blocking it.
Just so we're clear, I need you to just say it with your chest, like the first guest. I don't care about the Constitution as long as what he's doing is what I like. Just say it.
So now we're man,
bro. Why are you like this? Just be a man. Say it, because that's the truth.
So that what was it? The 1796 Act that Trump is citing to use that to get these.
Yes, and a judge blocked it.
Why?
Do you want to read the order? It's not going to change your mind. It doesn't matter. Trump did it, so it's not going to change your mind, right? He could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue. You wouldn't give a fuck.
That's been used time and time again throughout the history of America. So why is it a problem now?
Did you read the order?
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay. So why are you asking me then?
Well, I'm asking you why.
Okay. We're not at war.
Because did Trump not declare a state of emergency and declare those people T groups?
That doesn't mean we're at war.
It does.
Okay. Well, I mean, your legal expertise, I'll put against the judge's legal expertise, and I just side with. I think the judge is probably right.
No, I think the judge is about to get impeached.
Also, a state of emergency isn't war. Just so we're clear.
Right? It doesn't have to be
Oh wait,
war.
you think the judge is gonna get impeached? I will put every dollar I'll earn for the rest of my life on the fact that this judge is not gonna get impeached.
He probably won't because the system is
There it
corrupt.
is. Yeah. Okay. So anyway,
But literally bring those terrorists back to America. I mean, make it make
how
sense.
do you even know they're terrorists other than vibes and feelings?
It's not vibes and feelings. So you have these people called policemen or investigators. You have people that's called law enforcement that go out and actually do investigations and be like, oh shit, this person is a terrorist, or hey, they should not be in America because they're part of an Iranian hit squad. So hey, maybe we should go after them. But Biden didn't do that. And Trump is, and now you guys are like, hey, bring them back, due process.
Just so we're clear, not all of the
Due
people that were
process.
deported have criminal records.
Yes, they all do.
Oh, they all do? I need evidence of that. Pull it up. I'll give you time. Pull up. No, I need to see evidence that they all have criminal
Show me
records.
evidence that one does not have a criminal record. Show me one person that does not have a criminal record. I'll wait.
Wait a second. You want me to prove? Just so we're clear, you want me to prove a negative?
No, I want you to prove a positive because you just said that they're deporting people with no criminal record. Show me one that doesn't have a criminal record. Exactly. You can't.
I don't know if you saw me typing with my fingers. It's so silly that I have to do this, but fine. I got you. Here we go.
And I want somebody that was on that plane.
Many alleged gang members deported by Trump did not have criminal records in the U.S., according to ICE. Do you respect ICE, or you don't like them either? They're the fake news.
Okay, don't go off of ABC. Go off of ICE.
Sure. This is what we do. Roll down.
Didn't the Daily Beast, I think it was the Daily Beast or somebody, just release a story?
In a sworn declaration, ICE acting field officer, office director of enforcement and removal operations, Robert Cerna, argued that the lack of specific information about each individual actually highlights the risk they pose. But then, while it is true that many of the gang members removed under the AEA do not have criminal records in the United States, that is because they have only been in the United States for a short period of time. The lack of criminal record does not indicate they pose limited threat. He said it right here that they do not have criminal records
in the United States, but they could be like terrorists who
They could be. You just said could be. We were deporting off of could be.
So there you go. So
do you think that's
so
a dunk?
for a terrorist? So let's say Osama bin Laden, if he was still alive, came to America and
Osama bin Laden was a terrorist
and didn't commit any crimes. Would he still be a criminal and a terrorist? The answer is yes. Yes, he would. But he didn't commit a crime in America. That's basically exactly what you just said.
But we wouldn't have to guess with Osama bin Laden. They're guessing. They're guessing.
Just because they didn't commit a crime in
So
America does not mean that they're already on the radar.
Do you know what due process is? I know you don't care about the Constitution.
We know that they have a criminal record. We know that they have a criminal record because he was just serving in jail in Venezuela a year ago.
Wait. So you're disagreeing with ICE. You're disagreeing with ICE. ICE just said they don't have criminal records.
Dude, you can't comprehend what they just said. You just read it and you can't comprehend it.
Okay. Okay. I got it.
They are criminals. They are criminals that committed crimes, violent crimes, murdered or smurdered people in other countries. If they come to America and we find out, oh shoot, this person is a smurderer, even though they don't commit crimes in America, that's what you're saying. Well, they haven't committed a crime. Bullshit. Back in their home country.
Yeah, there are some that don't even have criminal records in their own country.
But you just read that and didn't comprehend it.
He said, we don't know. He said, we don't know. We know that Osama bin Laden is a terrorist. These are people where some of them, they don't know. They're just vibing. They're like, oh, these people from Venezuela. Fuck it. Get rid of them. And you're okay with that. I know you're okay with that. Just say it. Just please, I beg of you, just say shit with your chest. Stop trying to bend over backwards to sanitize it. Just
as long as they go through the legal process.
I don't care about the Constitution unless, as long as Trump is doing what I like. I don't care about deportations. I assume they're all terrorists. Just say it with your fucking chest, man.
But if they can get around having to go through due process, then yes, go ahead and do that. Because if you designate a group as a terrorist group, then yes, boot them out. Screw due process, and that still follows the law.
That does not follow the. What do you mean screw due process? That does not follow the law. That's why a judge blocked it. You just described why the judge blocked it. That does not follow the law.
It does.
Okay.
It does follow the law.
All right. All right. I how are you? How is your health?
Oh, I'm perfect.
Perfect. Okay. That's good. Because
So the Immigration Act of
if you listen, if you had that brain eating bacteria that sometimes comes up on the Gulf Coast, they would starve. This is not real. There's
what you
no way
take
you're a real person.
is bits and pieces of information, and then you twist and turn them and said, well, they're not following due process. Look, I says this, I says that. Yes, I said that some of them do not have a criminal record here in America, but they still are criminals because
No, they
have
did not say that. Shut the fuck up. They did not say that. I'll pull it up again. That's not what he said. He just said just because they don't have a criminal record here doesn't mean that they don't have a criminal record in other countries. But they don't. Some of them don't.
Okay, and again, show me one person that doesn't.
And if I do, let me ask you a question. If I show you one person that doesn't have a criminal record in either the U.S. or their origin country, are you going to denounce your support of Donald Trump?
Yes, but they got to be on that plane.
You're not. Yes. You really said yes to that? You're going to denounce your support if I show you that?
Yeah.
Okay.
One person that was on that plane that the judge ordered to have turned around. Show me one person on that plane from a reliable source, not ABC News.
Oh, okay. What source would you like?
Any source that's reliable.
And what source would that be?
Hell,
Breitbart?
no, not Breitbart. They're not reliable either. Hell, I'll tell you what. I'll even give you ABC or NBC,
Well,
MSNBC.
Unfortunately
But
for
I
you,
want proof. I want a name. I want a name, not the fact
unfortunately for you,
there are people on the plane. Just one name, any source that you want. Any source. I don't care. Any source. It could be one of those far left wing.
All right.
That
Well,
makes
you
it
did. Listen,
24/7.
you did get kicked, but I want to hear your denouncement of Donald Trump. So here we go.
Oh, what do you mean I got kicked?
This is ABC News. Well, somebody sent a dinosaur gift, and there was a vote to see if you would be dropped for the next guest. 108 people voted to get you the fuck out of here. 24 people voted for you to stay. But I want to hear you say, I denounce my support for Donald Trump. So this right here is Jose Franco Caraballo Tiapa. And he was deported not because of a criminal record in his home country. Let me get rid of this. Sorry. Not because of a criminal record in his home country. Not because of a criminal record in the United States, but because of a tattoo that they think is a terrorist tattoo.
No, I'm talking somebody on that plane that judge said to turn around.
This gentleman.
This
was
just
on that
said
plane.
last month. Last month. What does that say? Last month. When did they fly back?
What?
When did those planes leave America and fly back there? And the judge
he was seeking asylum last month. That's when he got here.
Okay, so I can't read that because it's so small. The thing I see is last month, blah, 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 a 26-year-old Venezuelan migrant who was seeking asylum in the U.S. showed up. Okay.
Go ahead. You're doing your best.
Immigration and Customs. Is there any way you can zoom in?
Yeah, I got you, buddy.
There we go. What happened to it?
Oh, oops. Sorry about that.
She believes her husband is one of the hundreds of believes, keyword believes. And past week was sent to Plano, so under the Alien Enemies Act. Okay, so she believes he was there. So where does that state that he was on the plane? Because it just says that I believe he's on the plane.
Wait, did they even release the manifest of who was on the plane?
I don't think they did.
So if you don't think they did, and you want me to provide evidence that one of the people on the plane has no criminal record.
That's exactly my point. But you just said that there's people that don't have any criminal records at all in their home country or America, but yet you don't have a list of names, do you?
Well, We can speculate because they
So you
haven't
just
released the
stepped in the
names.
dog shit right there.
Okay. So let me just walk you through what took place here.
That's what you call a cooking.
I said there are people that did not have criminal records in the U.S. that were on that plane.
Right.
That made
And
you
I
change your
say-
stance. Hold on, excuse me. That made
No.
you change your stance from, oh, they all had criminal records to, okay, well, that's
No,
a
no,
fake
no.
quote. Let me see it
No,
from a
that's
real
not what I
reliable
did.
website. And then I got the actual quote from ICE, and you said, okay, well, but they might still have criminal records in their own country, which
That's
you
not
constantly moving the goalpost. So then you asked me.
That is not at all what I said, and you know that.
That's not what you said?
That is not at all what I said.
Okay, well, you got kicked. Eat shit, man. I'm so done. Oh, my God. That's literally exactly what he said. Thank you, chat.
No more Oreos. No more Oreos.
Thank you, Arflu, for the panda hug. Thank you. Who sent the dino? Thank you, Gomenemon. Dominai Mom. Thank you for the dinosaur. These people are exhausting.
Turn off the lights. Turn off the lights.
Thank you, Underdog. He was very disheartening to listen to speak. That's exactly what he said verbatim. How about DOD removing Jackie Robinson from its history? I haven't looked at that, but that sounds about right.
You talk about extreme.
Thank you, Nicole. All right, we're going to go to the next guest. If you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We are live Wednesdays to Saturdays, 7 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates.
I love
Political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. Thank you, Foo Foo. We're also live for all major political events. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. Make sure you're following on Twitch and YouTube. Links in bio because TikTok might get banned on April 5th. We're going to our next guest now. Foo Foo, thanks again. I'm going to play that because I was talking. I'll play the soundbite.
I love Tesla.
Thank you. And here we go. MAGAs will excuse anything Trump does. They sound pathetic. Yeah, I gotta give credit to the first guest. The first guest came up and basically said he's fine with them violating the Constitution if it makes America great again, right? And so at that point, obviously, I disagree with him on that making America great again.
No, get those lights off. Off.
Thank you, Rose. I disagree with him on that, but at least he's honest, right? He's not doing this like, oh, well, it's not a violation of the Constitution because the judge blocked it, and well, that's not how the Constitution is interpreted, and oh, well, actually, they're activist judges even when they do block it, you know? First guest was honest. He's like, I don't care as long as we're making America great again. It's like, all right, now we can have a discussion. We're past the lies, and now we're on the schizophrenia. We'll go to the next guest.
Come on, man.
Thank you, Just So, for the hat and mustache, and I think I missed Rose. Thank you for the sunglasses and the level up sparks. Next guest, here we go. This is Rich. Libs care about the Constitution now. We always did. You guys didn't. You guys only care about the Second Amendment. And even if you care about the Second Amendment, you'd be really upset with Donald Trump when he said, take the guns first, due process second. You don't actually care about the Second Amendment. You just care about big guns. You just really like big guns. Big, shiny pew-pews. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, Dan, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I just want to come on real quick and just say that last guy was driving me up the walls with everything that you were proving. He would backpedal so much and then try to flip it on you and everything possible. My buddy actually his family got deported on false pretenses by ISIS. And we're still fighting it in court with everything because his dad's from Venezuela. His mom is not, but my two buddies' sons are connected. So his dad is being deported now for no reason at all, just because he's affiliated with Venezuela. And he had just what you said earlier about a tattoo, and they're basing it off of that.
Yeah. Really.
And it sucks like hell. I'm losing somebody that I've known since I was 3 years old that raised me through his family.
I'm sorry,
my dad was in the military, and my dad was killed in the military, and he raised me because he was my dad's best friend, just because of this stupid shit. And I just want to come on here and say that he was backpedaling on you so hard, and no one will ever admit the right or wrong to anything. Republicans and MAGA people will never never admit to anything after you constantly fact check them day in and day out. I love all your shows, and they just don't seem to get it. And it hurts me every day that I'm losing something close to my heart.
I'm sorry, man. I appreciate you coming up.
And I just want to come up here real quick, man, and just that guy was just I just wanted to reach through the TV, the phone, and just strangle that dude to death. Like, dude, stop backpedaling, please. Just say yes or no. Stop defying everything.
Blowing out my damn throat.
So anyway, I just want to come on here, dude, and just keep doing what you're doing, and I follow you every day, brother.
All right. Thank you so much. Have a good one.
Thank you, man. I'll talk to you later. See you later.
Bye. All right, going to our next guest. Here we go. Hi, welcome up.
Hey there, how's it going?
Going all right. How are you?
Doing good. Not always on here, just want to make sure you can hear me clear.
Yes.
I was listening to you in that last guest, and something that you were talking about that's been going through my mind is how do we know who's on the plane? And I don't assume that gang members stand up and say, hey, I belong to a gang. So there's an assumption, and the assumption you touched on was a tattoo. Is that correct?
For this certain gentleman.
Right.
Yeah.
So, well, I'm thinking that's part of the plan. That if you belong to a gang and the way of they're getting your affiliation is through your body marking. Some of it may be true, but where do we draw the line? Because I would think that certain people with, let's say, I can say the word Iron Cross, and then the other tattoo that goes with that Iron Cross is also a tattoo that identifies you belonging to a particular gang. But I only hear POC or brown gangs from other countries that are being brought up in this situation when we already heard that the number one threat is homegrown.
Yep.
So
Radical right-wing domestic terrorists.
exactly. So while I was watching this, I was wishing I could jump in your ear and ask that guy, ask him, would you be okay with people who can be identified as being a threat because of their tattoo being shipped off? And if he says yes, then say, okay, how many of your friends wear questionable tattoos like the ones I just mentioned? Would you be okay with shipping them to another country to be put
He'd
into
probably
a
just
prison?
say yes.
Yeah, and that's because they have. It's not a moral thing, but I first time I saw you, I was enjoying what Stuck in Traffic and listening to it, and it was like you're feeling the frustration that I feel. It's why I had to step away from having conversations with certain people about this scenario because they're stuck in their ways. They're not going to change, and I have a feeling what some answers are, but I got to keep them to myself because I don't want to end up on one of those planes.
Thank you so much for coming up. Really appreciate you.
Appreciate your good work. Keep it up. Bye.
All right, really quick. There are 2 MAGAs in chat that are like soft as baby shit because they refuse to request up. Angus, hold on, I'm calling you out by name. Angus and James Sr., what are you guys doing? Come on. If you think I'm wrong, just request up and prove me wrong. There's 800 people in here. You can humiliate me in front of 800 viewers. You can show the world that I'm a beta liberal cuck. What are you guys waiting for? Oh, I see. You guys want to be like your cult leader. Just like Donald Trump when he was too afraid to go on 60 Minutes because the last time he was on 60 Minutes, Leslie Stahl asked him mean questions. That's what it is. You guys want to emulate him. I bet you guys have orange bronzer on your pillows. Go on our next guest.
Hey, Dan, how's it going?
Going well. How are you?
Not too bad. I just wanted to remind chat that it's okay to punch smarties, and it's kind of fun actually. So get out there and do your work. Okay, see yous.
New mic, Dan. Yes. Shout out to LRDC who got us the new mic, and it sounds like it's a success. Everyone seems to like this one way better. Water. Thank you, Alicia. Going to the next guest. Oddly, Angus and James Sr. didn't request. Interesting. Okay. As a European, I feel so much better when I see people debate MAGA people. There's a lot of young kids that may get a gang tattoo when they're not affiliated. Yeah, that's true. They might be Russian bots. Yeah, that's what I always think. The reason they don't come up, it's either they're too scared, or they don't want us to hear their voice. Because if we hear their voice, one of two things is going to happen. Either we're going to hear their Russian accent because they're a Russian bot, or we're going to hear them breathing through their mouth because they're a mouth breather. Going to our next guest.
What's up, man?
Hi, what's up?
I had a question for you. I was wondering if you'd seen that Trump was gonna put stock or not stock. He was gonna uh do like the government was gonna buy Bitcoin.
Yeah, and he said something. He said something stupid. He said Bitcoin needs to be minted in the United States. But yeah,
Yeah. I was just wondering about because there's a Senate bill for it as well, but it's been in the Senate since like August of last year. A, isn't that something that would have to be congressionally approved? And B, what do you like? How do you think that it would affect us?
I don't know enough about monetary policy to answer B. And A, didn't you say it was a bill? So it would be congressionally approved, no?
Yeah, I mean, it's just been, I mean, pretty. It's not moved at all since it's been reviewed by the Senate, I believe, and then it was sent to a subcommittee,
Yeah.
and it's not been, at least logged. It's not been,
Yeah, I mean, I can't see something like that passing Congress, to be honest, but we'll see if he tries to do something unilaterally.
all right. Well, thanks, man.
Thank you. All right, going to our next guest. Angus and James Sr. still have not requested. If we, the people as a whole, reject the new currency, it loses value. We give things value. True. They won't pass it. It would affect the US dollar in a bad way. Yeah, that sounds about right. The thing is, so it would be really profitable for anyone that knows it's going to pass, you know, because they can buy Bitcoin, they can front run it. How do I get a dance sticker in my username? That's when you sub. I think it's $4 a month sub, and you get the dance sticker. You also get a bunch of different emojis. Subs, if you want to show the emojis, come up on the screen when you guys post them. So that's another benefit of the subs. Dollar's already struggling. That would be catastrophic. Yeah. Going to the next guest. Here we go. Yeah, like that. I'm still crying about the orange bronzer on your pillow. Hi, welcome up.
Hello, Dan. Big fan. I just wanted to point your attention to something since it's kind of like, the topic, fascism. If you want to go over Umberto Eco's model of fascism, because I guarantee you putting that claim up that conservatives and MAGA are fascist and then providing, you can go over that entire model because it's got like 14 features, key features
Yeah,
that provide what it is.
I've seen it, the 14. They hit all
Obama.
Okay. Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Thank you, Stephanie Soros. Thank you so much.
So if you like doing that or the other models like Robert Paxton. But anyway, like the live streams.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to go to our next guest. No more microwave mic. Yeah, Ashley.
No, get those lights off. Off.
Cam, thank you so much for the sunglasses. What happens if we subscribe and TikTok goes bye-bye? I think you'd be out $4, unfortunately. So, how long? I can only guarantee the sub will work for 2.5 weeks. 2.5 weeks. I will say, when asked petition for Linen emote to come back, you know what? I think we could add it back now that we got rid of a few other emotes. I think we could add the Linen emote back. What was I gonna say? They did say that, or Trump, when Trump was asked if he would extend the ban, he said, "Yeah, probably." And so y'all know Trump is always good to his word. So we'll see. But yeah, no, if it's possible, if it's legally possible to continue to extend the deadline, I can very well see this being a bipartisan situation where both presidents of both parties just keep kicking the can down the road because no one wants to be the one that actually bans TikTok. That would be cool. But I'm under the impression that they're not. The law doesn't allow them to continually do it. Go to the next guest. If he does it this time, it would be illegal. Yeah, but when has that ever stopped him? Oh. Thank you, Prescott. Thank you for the $5. Would you tell my wife Diana, who's listening, I love her and looking forward to our dinner I'm picking her up for? Diana, Prescott loves you, and he's really looking forward to picking you up for dinner. You guys are gonna have an amazing time, and I'm so excited for you. Thank you for the $5, Prescott. All right, going to the next guest. That's cute, chat. That's cute. Hold on. I'm up in my patience meter by 1. That was cute. We're back in the green. Okay, never mind. I thought 7 was green. All right, here we go. Next guest. Just remember, Prescott, love factually. MAGA could never. No, definitely not. Trump is dismantling DOE tomorrow. Oh. By the way, when we're out of guests, I have a bunch of news that we're gonna go over. If Tic Tac's here, he can join me, but I do have everything pulled up. I did want to shout out. We have a new team we have a new team updating the source doc. The source doc has been paused for like 2 or 3 weeks now. New team headed up by Neely. W's in the chat for Neely and the new team, the source doc team. We will have an updated PDF probably by next week, but don't quote me on that. TikTok might be in Tommy's live. Okay. But yeah, we have a bunch of news for today to go over after these guests dry up, because we run out of MAGA guests way earlier nowadays. Like before the election, we had plenty. After he won, we had plenty. But once he started like doing things as president, we really started losing MAGA people to come up, because like, how do you defend what's indefensible? Go to the next guest. Angus, if you think this is left-wing propaganda, all you have to do to debunk it is to request up. Have some testicular fortitude and come up. How come you and others don't debate about RFK? Well, I don't know what there is to debate about him. I mean, we can. He wasn't going to win the election, so it wasn't really relevant before the election. LOL, it was easy to defend concepts of a plan.
Obama.
Thank you, Noland. All right, going to the next guest. Here we go. Hi, welcome up.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hey, so I just wanted to say that I'm a former conservative. I was never a Trump guy, but former conservative, and till I moved from a very red state to another red state, but where I actually had the opportunity to meet people that didn't think like me or look like me. And so I just wanted to let you know that, former conservatives, we are out here, and that what you're doing here, sometimes I know it gets frustrating, but what you do is actually force people to think, and at some point, right, that's gotta move meters somewhere. So I just want to come on and say thank you.
Thank you so much. I honestly, listen, guests like you keep me going because sometimes it really does feel like talking to a brick wall. But really appreciate you.
Thank you.
He's a never Trump guy. He never liked them. You can lead a brain to a thought bubble, but you can't make it you can't make it wrinkle. Oh God. All right, going to our next guest. Here we go.
Obama.
Thank you, Carmine, for the hand heart. Dan, what is that ringing every TikTok creator gets? Great question. If you hear doom 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 doom, what that is TikTok is analyzing the live and thinks there's no movement, which means that it's an inactive live, and those end after 10 minutes of inactivity. So like what it's supposed to be for is empty chairs, right? It's supposed to be like I think they call it the anti-Hassan rule. But for some reason it just works on us humans. And I don't know why. Every once in a while it just how's it go again? We're gonna go to the next guest. I thought it was a Discord call. No, that's it's similar, but it's a little different. Hi, welcome up.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Hey, just a concerned citizen of Earth, that's all.
Okay.
From New Zealand, a little country down in the bottom of the Pacific. I don't know if your chat would know where that is, but we see what's going on over there. And I just come across your live today, and I just must say thank you. Thank you for everything that you do, bringing information to your public as well as us abroad. And I just wanted to say that joke about the brain bacteria starving had me in fits. And I have not laughed on TikTok like that for a long time. And I just want to say, Americans, keep up the fight.
Thank you.
Only you guys can save the rest of us. Let's be honest. Only the public of America can save the rest of us from that orange turd. And yeah, fight the good fight, people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.
You too.
All right, going to the next guest. Do you guys accept the asylees? Oh God! All right, this is this is the guest that said he has evidence that I'm being paid by the DNC, and when I asked him to show the evidence, he said, "Go look at Reddit." Here we go.
Damn, man, that new microphone was paid for by the DNC. Damn, you were paid by the DNC. Damn, man, paid for.
All right, we're gonna go to the next guest. Most mild-mannered conservative. Here we go. Next guest. New record crash out. Was he drowning? Wow, such wonderful proof. Yeah, no, his mic was not Michaeling. All right, guest is not connecting. In the meantime, let me do my spiel. If you're here for the first time, thank you all so much for joining. We are live Wednesday to Saturday, 7 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We're also live for all major political events. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. We're also live on Twitch and YouTube right now. TikTok might get banned on April 5th. So if you want to make sure you don't miss these lives in the future, links are in my bio. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Going to the next guest because this one is on MAGA Mobile. Honestly, I wish I was being paid by the DNC. Yeah, me too. Me too, buddy. Not like they're doing anything with the money. Fucking anti-Bernie pieces of I'm sorry. Hi, welcome up.
Hi, how's it going?
Going well. How are you?
Doing good out here. Just have a question for you. I don't see anything on your page about it, but what is your opinion and what do you think is the goal of Donald Trump when he rescinded the order for federal regulations against segregation?
You know what? Let me pull up the article. See if we can glean it together. Because I don't have the answer to that question. Segregated facilities are no longer explicitly banned in federal contracts. After a recent change by the Trump administration, the federal government no longer explicitly prohibits contractors from having segregated restaurants, waiting rooms, and drinking fountains. Segregation clause is one of several identified in a public memo issued by the General Services Administration last month, affecting all civil federal agencies. The memo explains it is making changes prompted by Trump's executive order on diversity, equity, and inclusion, which repealed the executive order signed by President Lyndon B. Johnson in 1965 regarding federal contractors and non-discrimination. The memo also addresses Trump's executive order on gender identity. So if I were to answer your question, I would say Trump is appealing to his base, which are a bunch of racist pieces of garbage. I'm not saying that's all 77 million. Some of them got scammed, but a good amount of them really like this. They're big fans of getting rid of race equality. That's my guess.
That's about the only question that I have for you. I appreciate your time.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Can we give MAGA a different bathroom since they have such a big issue? Dan, play the new sound. Wait, which new sound? Hold on. I got a few. This one?
Bleach blonde, bad built butch body.
Genuinely, no.
Thank you for the confetti. Oh wait, is there a new sound in the Discord? Oh, there is a new sound in the Discord. Doom 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 doom. Unmod me. The new sound is Jolly the Joy Bean. Or it's the bleach blonde bad built butch body is Jolly the Joy Bean because I think CS asked that. Yeah, it's Jolly the Joy Bean. We also have for Panda Hug we have
No more Oreos. No more Oreos.
most coherent policy position. Live on air.
I love Tesla.
Oh, not.
Turn like a pretzel.
That's good. That's good for when Trump supporters have to pretzel themselves to defend him. Meerkat.
Our country is being destroyed by stupid people.
Come on, banger. Shiny air balloon.
They use magnets. It's a new theory. Magnets are going to lift the planes up.
Into the light.
You've been watching a little too much Fox News.
And then by popular demand, this one doesn't have a gift yet, but doom 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 doom. Go to the next guest. The one and only LeBron James? Oh, wait, never mind. It's the one and only LeJon Brames. You have everything's computer? No, I don't. Hi, welcome up.
What's up? I don't know what specific topic you want to talk about, but
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do for the most part.
For the most part. Okay, does it bother you that he's constantly violating the Constitution?
Yeah, I will say that part is scary.
Okay. So what about him do you like?
His policies, tariffs and immigration. I supported those.
Wait, why do you support tariffs? That's just going to lead to higher prices for you and me.
I support it for the long run, not for the short-term prices.
Well, what do you think is going to happen in the long run?
Just moving American production back to America to,
that's gonna first of all, that doesn't even work for all products. A lot of products are impossible to produce in this country, let alone the ones that are difficult to produce in this country.
Yeah, there are some, but there are a lot of products we could make in this country like we used to.
Okay, so you know that it's still going to mean higher prices in the long term as well.
Not once companies get their production up and running.
If that were the case, why didn't they already do it? If they could produce things for less than overseas, why wouldn't they already do it?
Because they can't do that right now.
What's stopping them?
The fact that it's cheaper to produce stuff overseas. But if you make it more expensive to produce overseas than it is to produce here, they move it here.
Okay. Here's the price right now. You make it expensive to produce overseas, price goes up here. If they choose to then make things in the United States, the price is still going to go up, because if it were cheaper to make things in the United States, we already would be making things in the United States.
Price will go down because you have to take away the import cost that is now not existent.
Okay.
And once they get the production up and running and people buy American and not foreign, the prices will continue to go down because the companies are all going to start moving to the United States.
Let's say the price of something right now, $20. Okay. The company, the importing, an American company, right, imports the supplies used to make their product, and importing those supplies costs them $12. Okay. Tariffs come in, and now it's going to cost them $15. Means they raise their price from $20 to $23. What you want is for them to bring the manufacturing and their supplies and produce them in the United States, right? Which would mean that they're going to be paying more money, because if they weren't paying more money, then they wouldn't have outsourced it anyway. So what maybe you're saying is, right now the cost is $20. The short term, the cost is going to be $23, but in the long term, the cost is going to be $22. Why can't we just keep it at $20 when everything's already expensive?
Well, I see what you're saying, but I also want to point out the fact that if we start relying heavily on other countries, there's going to come a point where there's a third world war and we can't rely on other countries, especially with some of his foreign policies. So, a lot of the argument is you want the United States to be completely self-reliant and not have to rely on the
The
rest of the
United
world.
States cannot be completely self-reliant. No country can. It's not possible.
It could be more self-reliant, which is, I think, the goal with some of these tariffs is to become more self-reliant.
That's not the first of all. That's not the proposed goal. And even if that's the case, it's not possible. So why are we working towards it? Why hurt? We've had record inflation, right, since COVID. Why?
I mean,
why?
so far it's dropped.
Why?
It's stopped.
Yeah, it dropped. It dropped thanks to the Biden administration's efforts. But why? Why would we want to take this period where the cost of living is already so high and make the cost of living higher to bring some jobs back? Maybe. Why?
Well, you bring more jobs back to the United States, you've got more money in the economy.
You got no more money in the economy.
You bring more money to the economy if you bring more jobs back to the economy.
If people can't afford things, then that's less money in the economy.
What can't people afford?
Well, in the example I gave you before, if the product is $20 and it goes up to $22 thanks to the tariffs, or $23, that might price some people out.
Who can't pay an extra $2?
You're not a real person. Okay, got it.
What do you mean?
You're not. You're actually LeJohn Brames. Okay, got it.
If you increase everything by 3%, almost everybody can afford a 3% increase.
You know, $3 and 3% are different things, right?
Yes, 3% on most anything. If you're talking groceries and stuff, 3% on your.
Where are you getting 3%? These are 10, 20, 25% tariffs.
Yeah, but the tariff's only going to raise your price between 1% to 3%.
Based on?
Based on the fact that the other company has to pay the tariff, 44% of it is absorbed by the importing company.
Wait.
25%, you're not paying the exact 25%. You're paying a higher price, but it's not the exact 25%.
But it's not 3. Where are you getting 3%?
Most economists.
Okay, can you pull up any source about that?
Yeah, one sec.
Thank you. In the meantime, while we wait.
Sorry, I gotta get my computer here.
Thank you, Miles, for the bubblegum.
Let's see. Is it gonna kick me if I leave for a second while my computer's booting up?
No, you won't get kicked. All right, chat. Well, in the meantime, thank you, Miles.
Okay, sorry. I have one from the Washington Post that
Okay.
it doesn't exactly say a percentage.
That's right. You want to ask the audience?
20 cents per gallon of gas.
Well, I can't hear you when you're tabbed out.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
The Washington Post says that it'll raise your gas price maybe 20 cents. Every avocado might be 50 cents more.
You know how much 50 cents on an avocado is? How much do you think avocados are?
In my state, they're like, I don't know, 89 cents a pound.
89 cents a pound? No.
Something like that. Last time I haven't bought an avocado in a really long time.
Yeah, thank you, Miles, for the objection. Bro, don't they sell avocados by the avocado?
I don't know. That's a great question.
Yeah.
I haven't bought an avocado in
Wait,
years.
can I ask how old you are?
I'm 23.
I got something.
Let's look that up because I'm not sure how much my state charges for it.
Yeah, I'll look it up. Hold on.
Don't you judge me. You're the selfish one. You're the one who charged his own brother for a
sorry,
blue
it's
frozen banana.
$1.79
I
per
mean, it's
avocado
one
here,
banana,
not per
Michael.
pound.
What could it cost? $10? You've never banana. I mean, it's one banana, Michael. What could it cost? $10?
Okay, so what did you just say?
Yeah, my state charges. Sorry, it's not per pound. Yeah, you're right. They charge per avocado.
Okay, so you said
$1.79
$1.79 per avocado?
Yeah.
You know how much 50 cents is of $1.79?
Well, I can do the math on that.
28%.
28.
28%. That's a lot more than 3.
So 50 cents on avocado. You can't afford that?
You understand that if everything is going up by 28%, right? You're looking at it from just an avocado. Everything we buy going up by 28%.
So you're talking big ticket items like, cars and phones and all that.
Why would cars not cost more? Car parts are imported.
No, I'm not saying they're not going to cost more. I'm saying, do you have an unreliable car? What kind of car do you have?
You're not real. You're not. You're troll.
Well,
you're trolling.
I'm asking you, what kind of car do you have?
What does my car matter? By the way, my I do have an unreliable car. Just so we're clear, my car was born in 2001. But that's irrelevant to this conversation.
I mean, some of those older cars can last a long time compared to some modern cars can't last more than 10 years. But
do you have Miles? Do you have? I'm sorry, Miles. Thank you for the massage for you, Lejon. Do you have anything else you want to talk about? Because
by the time it takes those companies to get here and make the cost less, you're not going to need to buy more than gross. I don't need a new car for another 10 years.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
if it
this guy's
goes
troll.
up now,
All right,
why does
man.
it
Appreciate you
matter?
coming up.
It's not a troll. It's just
That we're democracy here. Laughing emoji if he was trolling, crying emoji for he was dead serious.
I'm so sick of these
Laughing.
people. You know.
Thank you, Miles, for the dinosaur. Laughing emoji for he was trolling, crying emoji for he was dead serious. Oh no. Damn, chat lost faith in humanity. I don't blame them. Okay. Going to the next guest. He proved MJ is the GOAT. The debate is over. Rich parents, no concept of money? Yeah, probably. Avocados by the pound really got me. Yeah, bro. Oh my god.
Bing, bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing.
M. Mary, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you so much, M. Mary. Dan, you can't afford 50 cents? Just have more money. Thank you, M. Mary. I really appreciate that. Bro, MJ is not the GOAT. Oh, I mean,
I love Kessler.
Elaine, thank you. Y'all know my position on that. As an avid non-sports watcher, I think LeBron James is better than MJ. We're going to the next guest.
Wrong.
Thank you, Miles. Hi, welcome up. You're going to stop supporting Donald Trump. You're going to be an advocate for marginalized communities and support progressive policy. You're going to stop supporting billionaires and licking their boots. Thank you, Miles. Hello, are you there? Suzanne, are you awake?
Our country is being destroyed by stupid people.
Ice Cold, thank you so much for the meerkat. I think Suzanne woke up and started tapping the screen and then realized she was in the box. Thank you, Ice Cold. I think you converted her. Okay, going to the next guest. This chat is the best. This chat really is the best. Thank you, Miles, for the cheering crab. Thank you, Ice Cold, for the meerkat. All right, here we go. Next guest. Next guest.
Oh my gosh, hi Dan.
Hi.
It's Kristen. My main account was bananaed until tomorrow.
Well, your profile picture is creeping me out, so let's make it quick.
Okay, so the laws are changing here in Michigan. So I had basically lost my job due to Donald Trump's DEI policies against LGBT people, and I had lost my job yesterday. So life is great. Yeah, it's fucking terrible. And also, I would love for a MAGA supporter to come up and tell Dan how LGBT people affect your life personally, because I can guarantee you, you're not losing your job for being a YT straight cis man. So yeah, life fucking sucks right now. I do have an interview tomorrow for Starbucks. It's not ideal, but it's work. It's terrible to even, have to live in a world like this and think that, my life doesn't really matter to a lot of people, and it really fucking sucks. And it's horrifying to even have to live in a world like this. I'm sober. I've been sober for almost 2 years. I'll be sober for 2 years in October. And it's a really, really big downer. and I just want one drink, and that's it. But I can't because I know that my health is very important, but apparently my life isn't really important to a lot of people in this country. I would just love for a MAGA supporter to I would just love for a MAGA supporter to come up and tell me how my life affects yours. And it's terrible. Because personally, my life shouldn't have to affect your way of living whatsoever.
So sorry. Good. I'm glad you have the interview tomorrow. Hopefully that goes well.
I know. I'm hoping so too.
Yeah. If Oh, go ahead.
I'm just I want the Democrats to work harder than they ever have before, because with everything going on, it just seems like we're getting very complacent with everything going on. I've called my representatives, I've called legislators, I've called around to congressmen. It seems like the Democrats really aren't putting in the work or the efforts to change these things around, and it's really awful. And I really hope that's not like
Obama.
coming off as like condescending or
No,
like
you're fine.
hypocritical.
It's not all of them, but there are definitely some spineless Democrats right now, for sure. Totally agree.
I know that I don't know if you're aware of this at all, but Donald Trump is having historical veterans' names removed from the Arlington Cemetery. I don't know if you had read on that. It's from NPR News. This goes along with Trump's DEI executive orders.
Oh yeah,
and it's fucking horrible.
This is insane. Oh my god. Arlington Cemetery strips
So, yeah.
content on black and female veterans from website. MAGA, can you give me a reason for this that doesn't start with R and end with T? MAGA?
And as a person that lives in a pretty veteran-oriented family, even though they voted against me, it's still not okay for, these things to happen to them. But, I wish it was, the other way around, even for me. I really wish they wouldn't have voted this way. My mom had texted me, it was about a week ago. She's like, I have so many regrets. I'm like, we've tried telling you. We've tried telling you for 4 years. My brother, he is a very far right extremist, very racist, very misogynist. And he said that he has his regrets, and I tried telling him for 4 years that what he voted for is not okay. I hope I'm not really taking up much of your time, Dan. I just really wanted to take the opportunity to share at least where I'm at, and share the Arlington Cemetery information with you.
No, I really appreciate that. And just so you know, not only has Chap been super supportive here, and some of them have been sending gifts, but also Twitch and YouTube chat are super supportive of you. So you're gonna do great tomorrow, and things are gonna get better.
Thank you so much, Dan. I do plan on, once I'm able to get my account back, I do plan on doing some live. So if anyone is interested, I think I'm about to hit 800 followers. My username is just Simple Politics with Kristen. So make sure to please go drop a follow. I do try to post content daily, if not every other day. So make sure to go drop a follow.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much for having me up, Dan. You are a warrior, and I appreciate you.
Appreciate you as well. Bye.
Yep, have a good night, Dan.
Good night.
That's beautiful. This is a different panel. Wow, that's beautiful. This is a different panel than I've had. Everything's computer.
Everything's computer. Okay. We might have to add that soundbite. Bro, pull up Kenna. She's feisty. Did she request? Hold on. I don't see a Kenna in here. Let me start. Got a bunch of people in here though. Hold on. Hi, welcome up. David?
Hey, how's it going?
Going well. How are you?
Pretty good. Hey, I'm not a Trump supporter. I just wanted to, hopefully that, not the last guy, but two guys before are still listening. Just because you're bringing manufacturing jobs or manufacturing back to the U.S. doesn't mean you're bringing back manufacturing jobs. I've worked construction for the last 15 years doing superstructures. The last three manufacturing jobs that I've done were basically operated by AI robots. And most of the engineering that was done for it was done overseas. That's all I had. Oh, wait, and groceries too, because that pissed me off. I pay about $300 a week on groceries, family of six. If every item went up 50%, I'd go bankrupt. That's all I had.
Thank you so much for coming up.
This is an island surrounded by water.
Wait, can Arflu, can we also get the line right after that? Big water. I've always been a fan. That's been a vocal stem for years now. Big water. All right, going to our next guest. What else would an island be surrounded by? True. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, sorry, that was a bad stutter there, but hi.
Hi.
I'm Nasir. I'm 20. I did not vote for Donald Trump because I do have some sanity, but I did want to ask you a couple questions if that's all right. I didn't want to waste too much time though.
Depending on the questions, but go ahead.
Okay. For one, so just to get into meat and potatoes, how do you think we unite the left and not like the Democratic Party getting to do something? Because that's out of the question. How do we get the people on the right, like to not people on the right, the people on the left, the far left, to prevent the oncoming crystal knock from happening?
Ask
Sorry.
next question.
Right, is it, no. I'm okay. I know I sound. But what I'm trying to say is like I'm trying to get all the thoughts out there quickly. But how do you unite the left without the Democrats in a way that is substantial? Is what I mean to say.
My answer is I don't know.
Okay, I understand that.
Yeah, I don't have a good enough answer. So, what's your next question?
Well, it was really going to go down that pipeline, like of what can we even do? You know,
the reality is if fighting fascism, like a blatant open fascist, wasn't enough to unite the left, then we might just be cooked. Like I don't know what else to say on that. I consider myself a progressive, but I'm probably not as far left as some people. And there's a bunch of moderate Democrats, and it would have been nice if we all came together and voted against America's Hitler, as J.D. Vance puts it. But yeah, I don't know.
There is no. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. My bad.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's a difficult situation because our election system doesn't even fit in with how they want. So the more progressive you are, the less likely you are to vote in primaries. So then, when the primary victor is an old white guy like Joe Biden, I shouldn't say that, I guess, because Bernie's progressive, but when the primary victor is a moderate like Joe Biden or like Hillary Clinton or whoever it might be, and you refrain from voting, it's like, bro, that's you. It's like the Subway meme, like, oh, I hate the sandwich. You made the sandwich. So, yeah,
Do you think part of it is just the fact that there is no unifying message for any form of the left? Like the right, they have their racism, homophobia, they got all this stuff down pat. The anti-immigration, all that, and they all believe it, they all want it, but there's no clear consensus when it comes to the other side at all.
I mean, I'd
And
say
maybe that contributes to it.
that's one of the issues. We need more bumper sticker politics. Like
Or
Medicare
yeah,
for all was good.
yep. I've actually been okay. So I've been in the process over the past couple months of writing basically the left wing project 2025 of just like all the things that I want to just get. But that's kind of relevant. But it's just like piggybacking off of that. And maybe do you think it also another reason because there isn't a face of the Democratic Party? Like I know Jasmine Crockett's cool. I love her. I love the blonde bad bilge, all that. But it's like it's never. It's not what like they have with Trump, bro. That man is infectious
There's
for no
nothing we can do
reason.
what they have with Trump, and not even Republicans are going to be able to do again what they have with Trump. This is lightning in a bottle. He just tickled all of the brains of the poorly educated. I don't know how he did it, but there's not a cult of personality behind JD Vance. Definitely not behind someone like Donald Trump Jr. I don't know that they're going to have another Trump-like figure. The problem is they might not need one. The damage might already be done to our electoral system that Republicans just win again, but we'll see. Anyway, appreciate you coming up.
Thank you.
This dude is not a Democrat. Who, me? Or a guest? Dems need more broad-stroked issues up front. Can't make tiny issues your campaign platform. But I don't think Kamala did that, though. Like, yeah, parts of the left do stuff like that, but I didn't think Kamala did that. I don't know. Anyway, next guest. Here we go. No, but they projected it onto her. Yeah. Hi, welcome up. Ken? Only Taylor Swift with 4 years of campaign could beat Trump. I don't even know about that. No. Obama third term could beat Trump. Let's be real. Obama in his prime? Obama won Indiana in 2008. Indiana. Ken, are you there? Bueller? All right. Dems need to be a part of the culture. Republicans have seeped into culture and Dems haven't. Kind of see that. Time Obama was on that LeBron run, yeah. Kenna all big and bad in the comments left my house. Yeah, I saw that. Kenna was like, oh, bring me up. I'm here. Why aren't you bringing me up? And then when I bring them up, whose culture? Ooh, good question. All right, going to the next guest. Here we go.
How's it going?
It's going well. How are you?
I'm doing.
Oh, can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Don't you think? So I don't understand. So are you guys just gonna keep running on this like you hate Trump for the rest of like the 20 until Trump's done being president? Because like if things start to change, you guys look at like all these like gas prices and food prices.
I just want to be. I want it to be clear. I want it to be 100,000,000% clear. Even if gas prices and food prices all go down, I would not be for violating the Constitution, violating people's human rights. But fortunately, I don't even have to worry about that because Donald Trump is going to pass tariffs that are going to make grocery prices go up.
It seems like that's what you run to when you get called out on the fact that this is going to happen. Most likely, what Trump says is going to happen as far as gas prices and food prices.
Wait, and what evidence is food prices going to go down? I'd like to see it. Can you show me any evidence of any economist or anyone?
Trump's a bad person. Nobody cares. You guys think that we care?
Nobody cares about evidence. You don't care about evidence. Excuse me. No. Do not speak for us brain havers, okay? You might not care about evidence. I look at what the economists are saying. I look at even the Fed just said these tariffs are going to lead to increased inflation. Grocery prices are not going to come down.
Listen to Rockefellers. You listen to all these huge.
Oh no.
No, you listen to all these big names and then you're scared of the Trumps.
Chat. What? Is it the
You're scared of
Rothschilds
the
this time?
Trumps.
You gonna bring up the
You're scared of
Rothschilds?
the Trumps.
The Rothschilds? Who are we
You're
bringing up?
scared of the Trumps.
George Soros? Who are we talking about here? You said I'm listening to the Rockefellers. Who is the
So-
modern day equivalent of Rockefeller?
So what are you guys gonna run to when Trump proves all of you wrong yet again? And what happens if Trump runs in 2028?
Here's the problem. The problem is you don't even understand what we're upset about.
2028, Trump 2028.
The problem is you don't even understand what we're upset about. You're like you're fighting against shadows, ghosts.
No, you're upset about, you think there's fascism happening. That's what you believe is happening. This is your perception of the world. It's embarrassing. It's weird.
Do you know what fascism is?
What is fascism? No, I don't know what fascism is.
You don't know what it is.
Explain to
Okay,
me.
so why are you saying that I'm out of line if you don't even know what the word is?
What does it mean? Can you explain it to me?
Far right, ultra nationalistic, hyper authoritarian government.
Yeah, that's what you believe. This is your perception of what's happening.
Okay, well, what about what I said was incorrect?
No. What you said, you explained what fascism is, but you believe that this is what's happening within the Republican Party, within the
okay
under Trump. But
What
this
would
is
you-
just an opinion.
what would you
This is
call
an
it?
opinion that you have. So we can get back to the fact that Trump will prove all of you wrong yet again. And then
He's already proving us right
now.
now.
What will you have to post your
Hey,
lives on?
entrepreneur. He's already proving us right now.
What? No, he's proving you wrong.
Okay, can I do me a
You're
favor?
right. I'm
Let me
sorry.
get
So
one
I'm standing
sentence out
off
without
this-
you interrupting, and then I will let you go. Is that all right?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So
you can run your monologue, but
what would you? This is just a question, and usually it's followed by an answer. I'll see if you do. What would you call it when the president of the United States violates Articles 1, 2, and 3 of the Constitution by violating a court order?
Can you explain it more than just?
Okay. So Articles 1, 2, and 3 of the Constitution set out the separation of powers, the three branches of government. I don't know if you ever heard of those. Right? So Donald Trump recently violated a court order by deporting people that a judge found.
Show this to me. Prove it. Yeah, show me what exactly he violated. Show me everything. I want to see.
Wait,
this.
wait,
You
wait.
guys
Just to be
throw all
clear,
these words out.
when I show you this, what is the end result going to be? Are you going to be like, oh, that was bad?
No.
So why am I showing you? Why am I wasting my
not.
time, bro? It is 9:50 p.m. I
What?
don't got
No,
time
no,
to
wait,
show you
what
and then
is-
for you to
what
move the
is-
goalpost. Okay, so if you don't care, right? If you
By a
ask me to show
district-
you and
wait,
then you're
so
just going to say I don't
district
care
court
anyway,
found-
why waste my
was it a
time?
What was it? A district court that found Trump liable for these going against the Constitution?
Just a little Constitution.
Yeah,
For conservatives were losing their minds saying Obama's going to take our guns. He's against the
How are you
Constitution.
gonna feel when
He's
we
the
bring-
Antichrist. The Trump violates several amendments and Articles 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, just the Constitution.
Are you going to be sad? Are you Democrats going to be sad? Are you progressives going to be sad when we don't separate church and state because there's nowhere in the Constitution that says it needs to be separate from church and
Oh
state?
my God, you're actually
Yeah,
a cultist.
that's going to be a hard one
You're
for
a
you guys to
cultist.
fathom when we bring the Bibles back into the schools.
Wait,
That's gonna be really
hold
hard.
on. There's nothing. Hold on. It literally says there is no set religion. It does say it.
No. There's nothing in the Constitution. I
on.
think it was by Thomas Jefferson made a statement, or there's some document that says the separation of church and state. Nowhere does it claim there's
The
a
First
separation of church
Amendment
and state.
prevents the government from creating or establishing a religion. It's literally
That's
in the
not-
first
there's
one.
That's not we're not establishing but a religion, but we're bringing in church. You can bring in the church into the state. Absolutely. You could support churches through the state.
You can support. Wait, can you explain what that means?
Yeah, the state can use government funding for religions that are not extremist religions. Absolutely. That shouldn't be a problem.
What are religions that are not extremist religions?
Religions that we determine as
who's we?
What are not. I mean, would you say the Taliban is an extreme religion or no? Or extremist group that has a religious belief that is extreme?
Taliban is not a religion.
No, I didn't. I fixed myself. Can you? Do you believe the Taliban? What is their religion?
The
Extreme Muslim
religion of the Taliban.
Yeah.
I believe they're Muslim, but Sunni Muslim, I think.
Okay, Sunni Muslim. So do you believe that Sunni Muslim should be? They shouldn't. I don't think that they should be provided government funding. Christianity.
I don't think any religion should be provided government funding.
Exactly. This is but there's nowhere in our Constitution that it says that this can't happen. So I cannot wait for you Democrats to see
wait.
when government starts
I asked
giving
you
church,
what are
when the government
non-extremist
starts
religions,
to
and you
give
didn't
the
say
Catholic
it.
Church and the Christian churches and these
The
Muslim
Christian churches.
and
Wait,
the
which Christian
synagogues,
churches? Like
when
the
they get
Westboro
all
Baptist
this-
Church? Which Christian church?
I love Tesla.
That was good timing. Okay,
So I just wonder what you guys are gonna do with yourselves when all of these things like start happening. You're not gonna have a live to post. You're not gonna have Trump to run on anymore. You're not gonna have these lives.
Wait, why? What's gonna happen?
Because when Trump's gone, what are you gonna do? You guys are upset. You have it's called
Trump derangement syndrome.
syndrome.
So
Yeah.
when Trump's gone, politics still
country is
exists.
being
I know you
destroyed
didn't know
by
anything about
Right,
politics prior to
but
Trump.
when did
Because you don't,
politics
just so we're
exist
clear,
heavy in
you
your
don't know
life
anything about the
before
Constitution,
Trump?
right?
Can
You
you
very
explain?
clearly. You don't know anything
Did
about how
you care about
government works.
politics
The only thing you know is Donald Trump. He's your cult leader.
care about
You are
Trump
obsessed with
did you
him,
care about
right?
politics
You will bend
before
over
Trump?
backwards to
Did you
defend him no matter
did
what.
you care about
That's
politics
why
before
you didn't even
Trump?
know what was in the First Amendment. You didn't know about the separation of powers. What are the
When
three
did you
branches of
start
government?
finding this stuff out? So
What are the three
specific
branches of
to
government?
Trump. So specific
What are
to
the three
Trump.
branches of government?
The judicial branch. I don't know the other two.
Yeah.
I'm not
So
gonna
you don't know
answer your
anything about
kindergarten
politics, anything about the
question.
government. The only thing you know about is Donald Trump's dick size. Okay. You need to understand Democrats. I'm not even going to talk for Democrats. I am talking about what's going on right now. Okay. What's important to Americans. I'm not. It just because Donald Trump is president doesn't mean that's the only thing I'm going live on. If Donald Trump is no longer president, I will continue to talk about politics. You will have lost your personality because the only thing you know, the only thing you're about is Donald Trump.
And neither will Dean. And
The only thing, your only personality trait is being loud and liking Donald Trump. That's it. That's it.
Nothing to talk about when Trump is gone. I can't wait. I cannot wait. And when Trump proves
I
you
also
all
can't wait until Trump's
next
gone.
4 years,
We
I
agree on
can't wait for
something.
you to-
We're bringing
to
the
be
left and the right
dumbfounded.
together. Look at it. We both can't wait until Trump's
for you
gone.
to be dumbfounded when Trump proves you all wrong yet again and again and again. And then Barron comes along when he's 35, and guess what? He's our next president. What are you gonna do when the Trumps run the country? What are you gonna do?
Well, you just said he was going to be gone. I thought we were excited for him to be gone.
No, Donald
You're moving
Trump.
the goalpost
But
on your
what about
own
all the other
schizophrenia.
Trumps? There's a lot more Trump.
Thank you, Oscar.
There's a lot more Trump.
No, keep going on the schizo rant. I need a clip for TikTok.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can call me schizophrenic for having a belief that we on the Republican Party care more about women than you guys claim to care about. We care about you guys. We can get into abortion. We can get into
You've been
all these
watching a little
topics.
too much
But
Fox News.
I just wanted to know why
Thank you, Carmine.
you can't handle the fact that Trump is president, and you
I
can't handle the
can.
fact
I'm
that-
talking
No,
about it.
Look how mad you get.
You
Look how
don't
mad
know
you get.
anything about. This is why I'm upset. Let me get one
Tesla.
sentence out without you interrupting.
You
Collect
ask
yourself.
kindergarten
Collect yourself for one
questions and
sentence.
expect me to answer
Can
them
you
within a
collect yourself for
debate.
one
That's not
sentence?
an
It's not even a
intellectual
question. It's not a
debate.
question.
That's not an intellectual debate when you ask kindergarten questions
country
just
is
to
being
derail the
destroyed by
conversation
stupid
because
people.
you don't want to have a conversation
wait,
about the facts.
do you
Let's
think
get
this is a
into your head.
conversation?
How long have you been doing lives about Trump? How
6
long
months.
have you been? Okay, 6 months straight of doing lives about a man
No,
who you know
4 months
nothing
straight, 2 months
about,
gay.
Yet, besides what the news and the media stations have told you about, it's embarrassing. Why did 75 million people vote for this man?
Excuse you, 77. Trump. Excuse you. Trump got 77 million votes. All right, get it right.
77 million views or 77 million votes. Why would 77 million schizophrenic people be
No, they're not all
hallucinating? Is that weird?
schizophrenic. Just so we're clear, a lot of them are racist. A lot of them got conned.
right.
You are insane. You're out of your mind.
Oh, well, I love being out of my mind to people like you. I will be glad to be out of my mind. I'll gladly be called racist and a bigot and a homophobe and all these things just because we support a party and a man.
I mean,
I think that's
listen,
I think that's like
if
I
the
think
shoe
that in
fits.
itself proves a lot.
I didn't even call you. By the way, I didn't even call you racist. I just said a lot of those 77 million are racist.
No, but you agreed with the last guest who said, well, all of the Republicans who voted for Trump are this, that, and a third. You guys look stupid. You guys just look stupid.
All right, wait. Can you defend this? Hold on, real quick. Can you defend getting rid of or bringing back segregation in federal jobs? Can you defend this? I'll pull it up.
It seems like you guys focus on so much
can you defend this? Can you defend this?
You are like the most segregated group of
Can you defend this? Can you defend this?
individuals
Can you defend this?
that I've ever met.
Okay, can you comment on the article in front of you?
What did your guys' party do?
Would you like me to read? Would you like me to read this for you?
In the 1920s, what did your party do to the black population? What did your party support with the black population? Talk about racism.
I don't even know
What
you're
about
talking
modern day slavery? How about all these incarcerations that you voted for with Kamala? We didn't forget about all the incarcerations that Kamala went into.
Right,
no, this is modern day slavery.
Hold on. Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah,
so,
that's what you put. You can't put your
this
tinfoil on in real life, pal.
If you would like to continue to spread your conspiracy theories, if you would like to continue to talk, you need to stop interrupting me. Okay? We can go one at a time. I won't interrupt you. You won't interrupt me. Is that okay? Are you going to be able to collect your feelings? Okay, good. So,
what do you do for your job? What is your daily life?
I dunk on people like you. That's what I do.
No, like
yeah, no, I'm quitting my job
I know
tonight.
you don't
actually,
get paid to do this.
Hmm?
I know you don't get paid to do this. What is your like actual job?
No, I get paid by the DNC, the Democratic National Committee.
No, what do you do daily?
I'm a farmer.
You just hold lives?
No, I'm a farmer.
You're not a farmer.
Yeah, I'm a content farmer. I farm clips like this. Thank you, Ashley.
So you make no money. That's fine. Keep going.
No, yeah, no, I'm unemployed. I'm actually being paid out by the government. Your tax dollars are funding me.
Interesting. All right, go ahead.
Obama.
So,
I love Tesla.
the idea that Kamala Harris supports
No, your party. I don't care about Kamala.
You couldn't even go 3 words. You're so emotional. Why are you so emotional?
I care about.
Can't you just handle a conversation?
Do you support Doge? Do you support our government finding money?
No. Why would I support I don't lick the boots of billionaires, okay?
Do you support?
One second. Why? Why would I support an agency headed up by the #1 oligarch? The #1. Take the boot out of your throat. It's okay. It is, believe it or not, it is optional. It is optional to simp for the rich. It is 100% optional. It is not a requirement for being a straight white male. You can actually vote in your own best interest. You don't have to constantly lick Elon Musk's taint. You really don't. Okay? So this is what I'm going to do.
Argument?
Okay?
Is that your
if
argument?
you can do me a favor and shut the fuck up for a moment and we can have a conversation. Otherwise, I don't need to hear this. I don't have time for this. Bro, we got people to convert.
Argument? Is that your only argument?
You can't hear my arguments because I started one and 3 words in, you got emotional. You couldn't handle it.
Wait, so what's wrong with the government finding money that's being allocated?
I will answer that for you, sir.
Yeah, answer it. Let's hear it. Because you don't like Doge.
So the problem here is that Doge being headed by the richest man on earth, and he is my sentence is I just don't get it. Like when you
just look so
you
stupid.
just drive through red lights, the patience.
You're obsessed with these people's
You're
names.
obsessed.
You're
You can't stop
obsessed with
talking about him.
Donald Trump.
Oh, that guy almost got a full sentence out. Trump, Elon. Bro, put their boots away. I swear to you. Have you ever tried lasagna? It's delicious. You don't need to lick their boots. Lick some ice cream or frozen yogurt if you're watching your calories. It is so easy. It is the easiest job in the world to not simp.
To be obsessed with Donald.
You don't understand how easy it is for me to just vote in my own best interest. For some reason, you guys really love billionaires. You'll never be one. I just don't get it. It's this delusion that one day I will be Elon Musk.
Yeah, so you're scared of
Isn't it difficult to talk when I'm talking? Isn't that fucking hard?
Running our country. That's not our problem. Sounds like a you problem. Sounds like you're scared of their names, Elon Musk and Donald Trump and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He's coming to take all of the money out of the pharmaceuticals. I'm scared. This is what you guys
all
think.
Of the money out of the pharmaceuticals, bro. You didn't know. You didn't know two of the 3 branches of government. You don't know anything about anything. The only thing you know is what's been downloaded into your hard drive by X.com. You're not even a shoot. You're an NPC. You're a non-playing character. It's where's the I stopped. I didn't press the A button, so I don't know why you keep talking. I stopped pressing. I'm pressing B. Go back. I need to go. I need to finish this is a side quest. I need to finish the main quest of the game. Okay. Jesus Christ.
Your COVID shot.
That was a wild election. 109 votes to kick, 10 votes to keep. Landslide. Absolute landslide. Almost like in 2020 when Donald Trump lost in a landslide to Joe Biden by 7 million votes. Y'all.
I love Tesla.
That'll always help. How do people like that operate in the world daily? I don't know. There's no way he knows the difference between a red light and a green light, right? It's not possible. He couldn't have gotten his license. I'm blowing out my damn throat. He's not allowed on our roads. Please. This can't be skill-based matchmaking.
It's being destroyed by stupid people.
Oh my God. He's a threat to national security. Genuinely. Okay, Carla, thank you for the meerkat. Ashlyn, thank you for the hearts. Elaine, thank you for the live on air. Carmine, thank you for the into the light. Mograph, thank you for the dino. Lily, thank you for the superpower. Shauna, thank you for the dino. Ashlyn, thank you for the hand hearts. Kit, thank you for the hat and mustache. Kiwan, thank you for the live on air. Fufu, thank you for the hand heart. Ashlyn, thank you for the other hearts. Ashlyn, thank you for the cheering heart. Or cheering crab, sorry. Carla, thank you for the hand heart. Caffeine, thank you for the meerkat. Oscar, thank you for the live on air. Damn, that was a long guest. Thank you, everybody. If I missed one of you, it's my fault. The proximity Mike hates to see him coming. 100% chance Andrew Tate tells that guy it's okay, women hate him. Bro, oh my god. Can we talk about how that guy didn't know anything and also wouldn't shut up and how that correlates? Yeah, it's... Hold on. Dunning and Kruger hate to see that guy coming. Let's be real. He's still watching for sure? I hope he is. Wait, did he request back? No, he didn't request back. That would have been nice. Okay, Piffed. It's time for our daily Piffed reaming. Hello, speaker. Answer one specific question. Why did Nancy Pelosi net worth go from 7 million to over? So, number one, you spam this in every live. Number two, when I actually decided to answer it, because it's obviously the question is framed very stupidly, because all rich people made millions of dollars over the course of Nancy Pelosi's speakership, because Nancy Pelosi's speakership oversaw a very booming stock market. But we went and answered the question. We tracked down where she got her funds, where she got her money. Turns out her husband was a wealthy investment banker and made a fuck ton of money. We did that, and you left alive and didn't listen, and you keep coming back and asking the same question. I need you to do me a favor and ask a different question. Otherwise, I think I have to block you. I can't anymore, bro. I just can't see it. I'm so done with this. Hey, Falcon. Pift is 100% a Russian bot. Yeah, I mean, they never came up. True. That's true. We are going to the next guest. If you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We are live Wednesdays to Saturdays, 7 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We also sometimes talk to people that don't know how the government works, don't know anything about the Constitution, but are so confident and loud in their cult leader that they're willing to come on a TikTok live and yell and scream and crash out. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. Thank you all so much, and we're going to go to our next guest now. You too, Arflu.
Hello.
Hi, welcome up.
How you doing? Love watching your streams, by the way. They're awesome.
Thank you.
And 17.
Ooh, I listen, I love you, but TikTok terms of service. Keep in the chat. We're going to the next guest. Republicans are going to edit that and be like, see, Dan loves a 17-year-old. Hi, welcome up.
Hello, how are you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Whatever platform this is, I am not Republican. I just needed to absolutely state one thing for that other guy that was absolutely killing me. Number one, if he is okay with getting rid of the separation of church and state, he needs to understand that includes other religions as well. And he can't, there's no way any religion can be seen as non-radicalized in the way he thinks, being that, what about the IRA? What about the KKK? What about all of these Christian, do you understand what I'm saying? It absolutely kills me. Like, how does he not understand?
He doesn't understand. We a lot of Republicans lack critical thinking. He just lacks thinking. Like, there's nothing, that can be done here. He needs a lobotomy.
The fact that he wouldn't let you get past the name Elon Musk. The fact that a rich person is heading a department that gets to decide, okay, you're not okay with people pretty much embezzling money from the government. It's definitely not okay with that. Well, guess what Elon Musk is doing? Elon Musk is critically cutting funds for departments that are putting a halt to his operations and costing him money for legal status.
Okay, your mic is not micaling right now, so I appreciate you, but I do want to get to the next guest.
Thank you, bro.
Thank you. Okay, Pift, I'm sending you a request. If you don't come up, I'm gonna assume you're a Russian bot and block you because I'm done, bro. I'm done. It's so annoying. Come up with something new, man. Almost time for the daily Pift mute. Pift is exhausting. Yeah, he's also gotten subsidies worth tens of millions. Yes. Very true. But there's no way that guest would have known what subsidies are. I said, what religion is not extremist? And he said, well, would you say the Taliban is an extreme religion? He's a real guy. Go to the next guest. This is going to be one of those streams. It already is. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Good. I was just gonna kind of go into, if you don't mind, why I think personally that it was a lose-lose situation for Schumer, and I think that shutting the government down was the Republicans' plan to see if they were going to do it. They're the only people who can actually really do well with a shutdown are the rich lobbyist corporations, so forth and so on. And a lot of Democrats do use the government, like they need the government to run, unfortunately. And if you look at the stock market before this CR bill went into effect, it lost, I think it was 500 points the first day, 700 the second day. And if the government was going to shut down, I do wholeheartedly believe that a recession was coming, because I know people say stock market is not indicative of our economy, but it is a really good indicator because a lot of jobs stop. They do hiring freezes. People start downsizing. They prepare for the worst, and I think by having the House Republicans leave after they push this bill, so that way, if they try to come back and say, no, we don't want this. The House was like, oh, we're gone. We're on vacation. It's got to be now or never. I think that Schumer was in a very difficult task. I think that keeping the government shut down or keeping the government open is better in the long term, because with the CR bill, it sucks right now. It's a terrible bill, but it can be fixed maybe within it's voted on every year and it can change. Whereas a recession, that could take years to fix.
I mean,
so
listen, I'm gonna watch the Schumer's interview to hear everything from his mouth. But ultimately, if Republicans took zero input or amendments or anything from Democrats, so like if the government shut down and we hit a recession, that's on Republicans.
Yeah, but I feel like the Republicans are used to that. Like they every shutdown's almost been caused by Republicans. Like I feel like their base doesn't really care about the government shutting down as much as Democrats do.
Yeah, I agree with that, but their base will care about a recession, because a lot the people that wholeheartedly support Trump are going to vote Republican no matter what, because it's either their candidate's racist or at least racist adjacent. But there are people that voted for Trump in 2024, certainly, that voted based on the economy. If we have a recession, then they'd maybe finally be like, oh shit, things were actually pretty good under Biden, and I didn't realize how bad it could get, because there was, oh my god, so many people, how could it get worse?
But I think by that time, Trump and his buddies made money, because they're going to buy. They're the ones who can buy low.
I mean, listen, but billionaires are going to make money no matter what. Okay, I would rather they make money while we maybe protect some marginalized groups that were harmed by the CR bill, than they make money either way. Like, it's going to happen no matter what. Anyway, I do appreciate you coming up, and
I appreciate it.
I'll have a more in-depth opinion once I watch the video on Schumer.
Appreciate it. Have a good day, man.
Bye. Melissa, are you still here? We're gonna go to our next guest in a second. Melissa, if you're still here, thank you so much for the $10. I'm sorry I didn't see it until now. It was for a dino. You can save that dino for another guest. I don't know why I'm snapping today. I don't get it. It's just happened. Dan, how's the DNC funded mic? It's doing well. That's fine as long as that got yeeted. Okay, thank you so much, Melissa. All right, go to the next guest. Hold on. Someone posted the clip of me talking to the guy that was like the guy earlier that was like well, those Venezuelans were from a terrorist organization, and then I was like, well, I said that some of them had no criminal records, and he's like, well, that's a fake quote, and then I showed him the quote from ICE, and he's like, okay, well, but they might have had a criminal record in their own country. So that guest, someone posted this clip. I'm just watching it real quick.
Just say shit. Sanitize it.
Don't boo. Vote.
Constitution. As long as Trump is I terrorist chest man.
Go ahead and do this. Terrorist group. Out. Screw due process.
But what do you mean screw due process? That doesn't follow the law. That's why the judge blocked it. You just described why the judge blocked it. That does not follow the law.
Okay. Caffeine, did you accidentally turn off all commenting? Bro is live streaming his live stream. Yeah. Live streamception. Okay, Pift. Tonight's the night. Pift said illegals are illegals. And that comment alone wouldn't be a block-worthy comment, but that with everything, I'm blocking Pift.
Let the joy
On that movie is rough. Doing. I feel so free. Any guess on what Pift's next account name will be? All right, going to the next guest. Here we go. Oh, yes. I'm gonna bring up Z Runs campaigns really quick. This is super important.
Hey, Dan.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
How do I put my camera on this thing? Hold on. Can you see me? There we go. Hey.
Hey, let me make it so they better, but you can go ahead and start.
Yeah, no, so thank you again. I always appreciate you doing this. But for those of you guys who don't know, National Ground Game, our organization, we are going full-fledged right now on phone banking because we have Gay Valamont in District 1 in Florida. She's one of the specials that's really important for us to win. And then we also have the Wisconsin Supreme Court race, which you guys probably already know from all the Elon money that's being spent in it. So we have a goal that we want to at least make 100,000 calls. And the first week we've gotten through about 10,000 just from you guys here on TikTok, which is amazing, but we really need to up that number. So please, if you could sign up, link in my bio, you can go to National Ground Game, you can sign up that way, or you can just scroll down to the Mobilize links in the link in bio. We have trainings right now on Mondays and Fridays, but if you can't make a training on Monday or Friday, we'll put on a special training just for you. And then once you do the training, you're like all good to go. You can just join the dialer whenever you're free.
Thank you so much for sharing that. For those that don't know the context here, There are 2, soon to be 3 special elections coming up that would, if won by Democrats, could lead to the end of Trump's legislative agenda. Absolutely huge. Make sure you're following, and if you can volunteer for any of the either the calling or whatever it might be, please, please, please. Thank you all so much, and thank you, Z.
Yeah. Thanks for letting me up, Dan. And also, if you want to canvass, we're also taking canvassers as well. You do have to be local to Florida, or you can fly in yourself. But please consider joining us there too.
Wait, can I live stream canvassing? Probably not, right? For privacy
No,
reasons.
you can.
Yeah?
Yeah, why not?
Hmm.
Yeah. Wait,
Okay,
are you
I'll look
in
into that.
Florida?
I'm in Florida. I'm nowhere near those districts, but I am in Florida.
Oh, okay. But still, that would be cool. Like, you should come down. Are you like super far? I'm not going to dox you, but are you far from the district?
I'm pretty far from Matt Gaetz' district. I don't know where the other district is, but
The other district is like it's just outside of Orlando. It's about an hour outside. It's like Putnam County. It's a couple of those other counties around there.
okay, I'll look into it.
Yeah, look into it and join us. That would be great. But thanks so much. I appreciate you.
Yep, thank you for coming up.
Take care.
Bye. All right, we're gonna go to the next guest in a second. Dan, canvassing meetup. Did you hear about Trump reversing segregation laws? Yeah, we've been talking about it. MAGA really doesn't want to talk about it though, because they are finding it hard to defend. Chat, should we bring up another crash out? Canvassing. Okay, here we go. Go. Hi, welcome up.
What makes you? Am I the crash out?
It's just something about your comments. You're giving crash out.
Bro, I mean, just like, what is that lady yapping about? It just seemed like a promo, dude. I'm trying to like have a good conversation here.
Well, it was a promo for special elections that, actually influence legislation. But
What are special elections like for special people? If you know what I mean? Is that the ones you participate in? You're a big special election guy. What's the difference between a special election and a real election? Yeah, it's like the Special Olympics, and then there's the real Olympics.
Call the chat. Crash out.
Hey, but I do want to ask you about the Constitution.
Let's hear it.
Make America great again. I think people who agree with that general phrase agree that we need to center our law around the Constitution. So what's your liberal talking point you got?
The 14th Amendment to the Constitution grants citizenship to any person that is born in the United States. Donald Trump issued an executive order revoking that. That's a violation of the 14th Amendment.
Revoking parts of it, not all of it.
Oh, okay. So are you fine with revoking parts of the Constitution unilaterally by the executive branch?
Well, it's not revoking. It is revoking, but it's just like an amendment, right?
Oh. So amendments aren't important.
No, they are important, and we need to make sure we're fixing them. Well, the amendment says what?
It says that persons born in this country are granted citizenship.
Okay, and if we find out that that's being abused, shouldn't we ratify the amendment and change it up?
Sure. You know what? There is no problem with people disagreeing about whether or not we should have birthright citizenship. How you ratify an amendment, I'll explain it to you, given that you didn't know what a special election was, is Congress needs to draw up a new amendment, and it needs to pass 67% of Congress, and 75% of all states need to ratify it. That is the proper way to amend the Constitution, and those metrics are included in the Constitution. Donald Trump didn't do any of that. He just
so what did he do? What did he do?
He made it. And if his executive order went through, it was blocked by a judge, of course. But if his executive order went through, it would have made it so that people born in this country are not automatically citizens.
Okay, so because Trump tried to pass that executive order, you think all MAGA is against the Constitution because
that's
Trump
just one
tried to pass
example.
an executive order.
That's just one example.
Okay, but your claim is pretty bold here. So,
Well,
what's
yeah,
another
because
example?
so if you're currently MAGA, that means that you've watched at least 5 examples of him violating the Constitution, and you're still fine with it. That kind of sounds like you don't care about the Constitution.
Honestly, like, I don't really consider myself MAGA. Like, I voted for Trump, but then it's like the more I come on here and I see the people that are so against MAGA, y'all are funny, bro, and you don't really know what you're talking about. So it makes
Can
me
you name a
like
single thing I've
more
been wrong
MAGA.
about? You said I don't know what I'm talking about. Can you name a single thing I've been wrong about? Just
Yeah,
one.
you said MAGA is against the Constitution, and then I asked for
And
an
I'm,
example.
I
and
gave you an
say
example, and you're
you
trying to
reference a
justify.
you
Right?
reference an executive order Trump tried to pass that didn't go through, and then you say in like when you actually look at the morality of
You want more examples?
the law, when you look at like what he really changed up, which is like you just can't be a tourist here. Like he's taking away things like if you can't be here on a tourist visa, have a kid, and it's a citizen. Like that's
Okay, now you're changing
can we both agree
you're changing
that's
the
fucked
topic.
up?
You're changing the topic.
No,
We're talking.
this is the exact law. This is exactly the
Yeah,
executive order he tried to pass.
if you want to change that, you need to go through the proper channels, which is passing an amendment through 67% of Congress and 75% of the states need to ratify it. Donald Trump didn't do
Okay,
that.
and guess what? He just learned that. He just learned that the hard way.
And you're okay. Wait, are you okay with the president of the United States not knowing that?
Honestly, we all know he hasn't been a politician his whole career. So as long I think that just says like that's why he won is because people didn't want a fake politician. So it just shows like, yeah, he's trying to put the right things in place. He just whatever. A judge blocked it, bro. It's really not that deep.
If you, God forbid, if something ever happened to you that you needed surgery, would you want a surgeon to perform it or like a grocery store clerk?
I would obviously want the surgeon, but
right. So why would you want the
Trump isn't
president to not know what the Constitution says?
Donald Trump is not the surgeon. He's the guy running the hospital, putting the surgeons in place for the right operations.
No.
Elon Musk is a surgeon.
Constitution.
And you are a
the
virgin.
Constitution are the rules that guide the government and the United States. He openly violated that.
How? A judge blocked it, bro.
Oh, where did you guys get that? That something isn't a violation of the Constitution if a judge blocked it?
So what part of the Constitution did he violate? Ready? Crickets.
The 14th Amendment.
That says what?
Did your brain reset?
Let's just follow. Let's just go through with the points here. There's new people joining. They need to hear what we're talking about. What does the 14th Amendment say? Just follow my lead, bro.
I'm convinced all my guests tonight have just been a part of a simulation. This isn't a real person, right?
So Trump is anti-Constitution because he did something the wrong way, which is, we'll say, fascist.
I'll go through all the examples for you. I'm
so sick of
these people. I'll go through all the examples for you. So we already went through the 14th Amendment. 14th
I
Amendment
love
says
Jurassic Park,
people born
bro.
in this country are granted citizenship. He passed an executive order that said the exact opposite. He also violated the First Amendment when he deported legal residents for participating or for exercising their First Amendment protected rights, their rights to free speech, their rights to protest. That's when he violated the First Amendment. He also violated Articles 1, 2, and 3 of the Constitution about separation of powers when he disregarded a court's order that blocked him from deporting Venezuelan migrants that may or may not have had criminal records. So just in the past 2 weeks, he's violated the Constitution 5 times. How is that okay?
He's not violating the Constitution. Listen, bro, when you say you have birthright citizenship in the United States, when the Constitution says that, how is he violating that? He's not. He's trying to propose a change to it.
That's not how you propose a change.
What he wants to say is two natural citizens, two already citizens, have a child. Because that's kind of what should be implied in the Constitution.
It's okay. It's okay for you to think that. It's even okay for Trump to think that. That is not how you do that.
Okay, and it got blocked, but like the intent of it was kind of smart, bro. It makes sense.
Again, that's fine for you to think. However, he violated the Constitution by trying to pass it that way.
He didn't. What part of the Constitution did he violate, bro? You're not understanding. He didn't violate the Constitution. He was just trying to tweak it. There was no violation of Constitution. He was just trying to reword some of it to be more specific.
Dormammu, I've come to bargain. This is insane. I can't believe you just said that again. What's happening, chat?
Do you think 2 tourists here in the America have a kid? Do you think that should
it doesn't matter what I think or what you think. The way we change that is with a new amendment.
Don't say it doesn't matter what we think. The only thing that matters is what me and you think as citizens, and our politicians need to act on that. So
Oh,
if me and you,
okay. So if
me
you
and
think it's
sit
okay
here-
to murder people, and
No,
Trump murders
no.
someone, you're fine with that because you thought
No,
it.
no, bro. I just said the opposite. I said it's up to me and you as a population. We have to agree. We do agree that murder is bad, so it's bad and it's against the law.
Can you
So
tell
if
me what
me
the
and
three
you,
branches of government are?
hold on, judicial, legislative, and executive, buddy. All right. Thank you. Ooh, that last one. Oh my God, bro. You got my heart racing. All right. Dude, where was I going with this, bro? I had a good ass point, dude.
Well, unfortunately for you, you got voted out. Yeah, Trump just learned how to pass an amendment, and that was okay. Cool with that. Cool with that. Full on rage bait. Yeah, I think that one might have been rage bait because he knew the three branches, which is a lot to expect from MAGA. Dan, just tweak it. It's cool. This ain't even his first time being president. Yo, literally. Coffee, thanks for the dinosaur. Rubio, thank you for the snowflake keychain. I'm getting hungry, chap. Oh, we're at 2 hours and 22 minutes. You know what that means. Thank you so much, Norma, Carla, and Ice Cold. Thank you so much for tapping the screen a lot in the past 2 hours and 22 minutes. I really appreciate you. We're gonna go to the next. We're gonna reset that so anyone can win. The prize you win is I do that. The name's big. Chat, I think I'm losing my sanity tonight. I genuinely am lost in the sauce. I don't. Not violating the Constitution, he's just trying to reword it. Yeah, like I heard that. My brain had to process that sentence today. These are extra bad. Yeah, no. And it's not even a full moon. I've been gone for the past hour. Can I get a quick catch up? Sim, I want you to imagine the most unhinged guest possible. Okay. And then imagine that your imagination expands to allow for more unhingedness than that. That was the past hour. We're going to the next guest. Where did MAGA get this attempted murder isn't murder firmware update? I don't know, David. They all have it, though. Hi, welcome up.
Hi, thank you. I'm just here to help restore some of your sanity for you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, not a problem. Schumer had no choice but to go with it because if the government had shut down, the only person that could get it back running again would have to go through the executive branch, which means Trump wasn't going to let them start up again. Also, it would have shut down the judicial branch, which is the only thing stopping us from the brink of doom.
I don't know enough about government shutdowns to know if that's entirely true. Because I was under the impression all government shutdowns were ended by Congress passing a CR. But again, I'll have a more informed opinion on this once we watch the Schumer interview.
Yeah, well, I saw one of Schumer's interviews with The View, I think it was, and that's where I got some of this.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take a look. Appreciate you for coming up.
Hey, no problem. Have a good one.
You too. Imagine Biden tried to do what Trump is doing with the Second Amendment. Yeah. Thank you, Brady. Yes. But if there's a shutdown now, Elon won't shut down. He will accelerate the coup. That's a fair point. I think having a shutdown would have gave Trump what he wanted. I think it would have given Elon what he wanted, which is more important because that's the president. Dan, Elon was at my job. I'm so sorry for your loss, Devin. It was a lose. Yeah, I mean, it definitely was a lose-lose situation. The question is, which is the worst lose? Trying to cancel my contract? Oh my god. Alex, thank you so much for $5. Can we have a sound for Saul Goodman saying, "Did you know you have rights?" That would be a good sound. I was just watching. Did you know you have rights? Constitution says you do. I was watching Better Call Saul today. Today. I love that show. Thank you for the $5, Alex. Tesla stock down 55% since December. No, can we get the sound Everything's Computer? Okay, yeah, we're going to get Everything's Computer. We're going to get Saul Goodman. And then we're also going to do... Hold up.
Everything's computer.
Oh, W's in the chat for Carmine. That got us Everything's Computer. And...
This is an island surrounded by water.
Oh, wait, no, that one was R-Flu. W's in the chat for R-Flu and for Carmine.
Everything's computer.
Okay. What gift are we putting on Everything's Computer? That's the real question. From the standpoint of islands. Isaac Neutron. We can't do Isaac Neutron. That one's AI.
This is an island surrounded by water, big water.
Big water is so good. Okay. Dude, he's not violating the Constitution. He's tweaking it. All right, we're gonna go to our next guest before we lose too many viewers, and then we'll update the sounds. Here we go. Here we go. Satellite radio. VR goggles for Everything's Computer. That sounds good. Yeah, the Black Eyed Peas.
Everything's computer.
Okay, it's set. All right, guest not connecting. We're gonna go to the next guest. Someone arguing with me on forum that president can create / dismantle federal departments. Love that for us. What is the gift? It's VR goggles. And let me do one for I gotta change the name of the other one. Just says screen recording. 1 second. 1 second, chat. Okay, so this one is Big Water. Big Water. Okay, what are we doing for Big Water? There's a rain. Is there an island one? Because I know there's a rain gift. Coral for the Big Water? Let me see.
I love Tesla.
I don't... Either I'm spelling coral wrong or it's not a gift. There's... Oh, Watermelon Love. How about Watermelon Love? It has the word water in it. And it's a pretty long soundbite, so it should probably be a more expensive gift. We'll do Watermelon Love for now.
This is an island surrounded by water, big water.
Either Singing Coral is not here or it's not here anymore. I don't see it. Also diving. All right, let me try diving. But all right, we got to bring up another guest. Here we go. Next guest. Next guest. It's just Coral. I tried just Coral. Didn't work.
I love you, Dan. 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 I love you so much, Dan. You're my favorite creator, bro.
I love you too. Try Swan. There is a swan, but I don't know that makes sense. Okay, we're gonna go with watermelon love. Listen, it's got water in the name.
This is an island surrounded by water, big water.
Oral $4.99. So my only guess, Sam, is either it's not on for everybody, or Angela doesn't have it. I tried looking it up. It's just not here. You might love Dan, guys. I don't know. All right, next guest. Might be Canada only. You guys get all the good stuff, like healthcare. Next guest. Here we go. What's up, my black queen? I'm US and half coral as well. How do you get Tesla? It's live on air. Hi, welcome up. Gavin?
I love Tesla.
Thank you, Sim. Gavin? Bueller?
I love Tesla.
Thank you, Devin. Go on to the next guest. Sounds like a CPAP. I wasn't able to hear anything, so maybe it was really low and you guys could hear it and I can't. Next guest. Hi, welcome up.
I love Tesla.
Thank you, Cameron. Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
So I'm not a MAGA. I'm the opposite, but I have a question for MAGA people. If I could pose that real quick.
Real quick.
So I'm actually working. I work with a nonprofit immigration legal services organization, and I have a question for all the MAGA people who are anti-immigration but pro-life. About their thoughts that Trump is going to be cutting a bunch of funding for unaccompanied minors to lose legal services.
Ashlyn, thank you so much for the choral. Hold on, I'll play it just for you.
This is an island surrounded by water, big water.
Thank you, Ashlyn. That's a great question. MAGA? We'll wait. MAGA doesn't care. They enjoy cruelty. True.
They sent a stop work order to a bunch of organizations and ended up rescinding it because of a bunch of bad press. So I'm actually wondering if this might be too evil for them too. But just curious if anyone would be even willing to counter it.
See, no new requests though, so probably not.
Okay, I just wanted to check. Thank you.
Thank you. They're pro-birth, not pro-life. I agree. Opposite of MAGA, break Russia bad first. Okay, Chris. Next guest, here we go. Hi, welcome up.
How are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Pretty good. I haven't really been on here very long, so what ones have you argued tonight?
It's mostly been just the Constitution, a little bit of rule of law. Are you just looking to argue for the sake of arguing, or?
No, I mean I'm open to your point of view. To be honest, I like debating just because I like kind of seeing where you guys come from, and I appreciate when we can actually have a outlined and good conversation as opposed to just muting the shit out of each other.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, I almost never mute. The only time I mute is when the guests literally can't control themselves.
Okay.
Be good on that front. Sounds like you'll be good with a conversation rather than screaming match. So I guess I'll start by outlining the points, or I guess we'll start with the most important point in my opinion, which is the Constitution. Donald Trump has violated the 14th Amendment, the First Amendment, and the Establishment Clause of the Constitution with him passing an executive order that would essentially get rid of birthright citizenship, even though it's enshrined in the 14th Amendment, him deporting legal residents for exercising their First Amendment right to freedom of speech and freedom to protest. And he is now ignored a court order in regards to the deportation of Venezuelan migrants, which is him breaking the separation of powers, Articles 1, 2, and 3 of the Constitution.
Okay. So, I mean, if we're just going to start on the Constitution, I guess my first question would be, when you say that MAGA is against it, you're saying that just because I voted for Trump, I'm against it, or are you saying, do you believe that there's a separation between MAGA and Trump supporters? Does that make sense?
Well, okay. So when I say MAGA, I mean people that support Trump. I'm not saying Trump voters. I'm saying Trump supporters. Like if you support Trump right now, you're MAGA, and you don't give a fuck about the Constitution. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so that kind of, and I'm just trying to establish a baseline here. That kind of brings up the topic of so let's say I support some of Trump's actions, but not all of them. Does that make me MAGA?
I mean, I think we're splitting hairs here. I think the most important, I would think as an American, the most important things to you would include the Constitution. But yeah, I would say probably. I think given that his actions are so majorly dog shit, yeah. In my personal opinion, there's only one good thing he's done so far in office, which is try to ban the penny. Everything else has been really bad. But I understand that conservatives might feel a different way. So.
Okay, and I mean, I'll agree to disagree with you there, because obviously I did vote for Trump, and I do support him on certain things, but I also am of the belief that you can be a good president without being a good person. I'm of the belief that you can be a good politician without being a good person, right? I mean, there's plenty of those out there. So I guess my issue is just being told that I hate seeing the comment that just because I voted for Trump, I'm a racist, or just because I voted for Trump, I'm MAGA and I'm against the Constitution. You know what I mean? Like just generalizing.
So here's what I'll say. Just because you voted for Trump doesn't mean you're racist, but it does mean racism isn't a deal breaker.
I disagree though.
How?
Because I didn't vote for Trump because he had dinner with Nick. What's Nick's last name?
Fuentes.
Yeah, Nick Fuentes. I didn't vote for Trump.
No one's saying you did. If you did, then you'd be a racist. I'm saying that you're fine with racism. It's not a deal breaker for you. You get the distinction?
I do understand the distinction, but I guess the distinction, my argument is that the distinction could also be made for anybody that supports, for example, Kamala Harris or Joe Biden, or I mean, there's lots of Democrats.
What are the deal breakers for Kamala Harris?
I mean, we could talk about her policies when she was in office as a attorney general.
Very likely you're going to be spreading fake news on that, but we can if you'd like. None of them are deal breakers. Even the fake news versions where she incarcerated dozens of black men for MJ charges, even the fake news version is not a deal breaker. But the reality was, I think it was 5 total in her entire span. It's also probably irrelevant. It's 2 decades ago, Donald Trump violates the Constitution in the current day. Like, let's be real here. This is a false equivalency.
So I guess a good question for you would be: Were you supportive of the Biden administration? Were you supportive of the Obama administration?
I supported the Biden administration except for their policy on Israel. For the most part, I think I supported everything else.
Okay, and I can appreciate that, but so I guess my point is that not every president that you vote in is going to follow the exact route that you would prefer the country go.
Of course. But there are presidents, especially now, that have deal breakers for me. So, for example, Donald Trump was found civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman. That is one deal breaker. That's already a deal breaker for me. Donald Trump tried to steal the 2020 election. That's a deal breaker for me. This is all just for my 2024 vote. There are even more deal breakers now. If you were to run again in 2028 somehow, obviously that's not likely, but if you were to run in 2028 somehow, we have additional deal breakers now. But those are just 2 really big ones. I struggle to find anything anywhere near the 2 I just mentioned that cover Kamala Harris. What's a deal breaker for Kamala Harris? That's as similar or on the same level as sexually assaulted a woman and tried to overthrow the government.
That's a tough one. I'll try here.
You know what? You know what you could actually do instead of hurting or struggling to find something. You could actually recognize that. Oh shit! You know what? Maybe he's right.
No, I mean, I recognize that the things that Trump does are not good, right? But I also recognize that there are other things, right? And so when I vote for a politician, I'm voting for, and this is where I think that a lot of people on here don't really side with me and don't agree with me, is that when I voted, I didn't just vote based on me being a Republican, right? I didn't vote based on me being raised in a very Republican state. And so none of that stuff really had anything to do with it. I sincerely, if Kamala Harris was a better candidate, in my opinion, I would have voted Kamala Harris.
I get what you're saying, but I think you're just ignoring what I'm saying. I'm not saying that these are things that necessarily are things that you support. Yeah, there's some Trump supporters that supported him trying to steal the election. Yeah, there's some Trump supporters that don't believe E. Jean Carroll and don't give a fuck about that. Don't care about women. I'm not saying you're either of those, but I'm saying these two things, which are deal breakers for me, aren't deal breakers for you, and that's a problem.
Okay. I mean, well, I guess, like I said, I can agree with you that they're deal breakers, but I can also recognize the fact that there's deal breakers on the other side of it.
Okay. Yeah,
Right?
you know what? I'm willing to listen.
So, I mean, as far as deal breakers for Kamala Harris, I'd say, and we don't have to dive into every single one of them specifically. If you want to, that's fine. But we can talk about her being an attorney general. We can talk about her opposing death penalty, defending California's capital punishment laws in court while she was attorney general. We can talk about how she was contradictory in her rulings there. And so how does that make her a good leader, where she makes multiple contradictory statements? And in fact, we saw that all throughout her campaign trail during the few months that she campaigned. We saw her contradict herself on multiple occasions, right? We saw all the truancy prosecutions when she was attorney general. And then you can also look at her policy positions when she was in office, right? She supported Medicare for All, which proposed that we eliminate all private insurance companies, right? And then later on down the road, it was like, 6 months later, she came back and modified the position, changed it completely, said that she didn't believe that Medicare for All was the best option, right? And that again contradicted herself. And so for me, that's a pretty big deal breaker, because is a citizen of the country, how can I vote for somebody who is going to go back on what they originally promised, right?
I'm not even going to. I totally get that. I'm not even going to look into the timelines of the things that she may or may not have flip flopped on. I'm just going to ask you one thing.
Okay.
If the other person flip flopped more, then does that put her back in the running? Because I seem to recall a Donald Trump that went from women should be. Oh, first of all, before he started running for president, he was pro-choice. Started running for president, said women should be punished for having abortions. Flip flopped on that. Then said a 6-week abortion ban would be too restrictive. Flip flopped on that. Then said I would never sign a federal abortion ban. Flip flopped on that. And that's just on one issue. I can go through times where he's flip flopped mid-day in the same day he's flip flopped. So I like that you bring up Kamala Harris flip flopping as a deal breaker, because then you certainly would not have voted for Trump. But let me amend my statement. There are deal breakers for Donald Trump that I've pointed out. There are definitely things about Kamala that might not have been perfect in the way that I would do things. None of them are things that Trump would do better. So before you start giving examples of stuff that Trump does worse, I'll just save you the time. Because flip-flopping, that's Trump's wheelhouse. He loves flip-flopping. Oh my God. Look at the tariffs. 25% tariffs. Actually, no, it was a negotiating tactic. 25% tariffs. We're bringing jobs back to America. Never mind, it was a negotiating tactic. He keeps delaying them 1 month, putting them back 1 month, delaying them 1 month. Like, I could go through dozens of examples. Actually, if you give me like 5 minutes, I could probably go through dozens of examples of times that Trump flip-flopped on policies. Look at the Affordable Care Act. He said, I'm going to repeal and replace Obamacare, right? Repeal and replace. And then when he was president and he had the House and he had the Senate, the only thing that he tried to do was repeal. There was no replacement ever, even though he kept saying, we have a replacement coming out. It's going to come out in 2 weeks. It's going to come out in 2 weeks. And then we saw him at the debate in 2024. Now, 9 years after his first promise to repeal and replace Obamacare, I have concepts of a plan. And now he won the election. We're not even talking about healthcare. We knew. Well, I hope Republicans also recognize it's not the plan meant. Healthcare is not even going to be an issue in this election. Like when he wins, he's not going to talk about this. This is over. He's flip flopped constantly.
I love Tesla.
Thank you so much, Troy. During the 9 years that he's been in the political arena, let alone his positions prior, because we're going to hold Kamala to her positions from 20 years ago. So I'd certainly not mind holding him to the positions he had prior to entering politics, but we don't even have to. Just in the 9 years that he's been in politics, he has flip-flopped no less than a dozen times.
Okay, so I can agree with you that Trump has flip-flopped. I won't disagree with you there, because there's really no point in arguing that is true. But I also think that the Obama administration flip-flopped. I think that the Biden administration flip-flopped. So I guess, we could say that those cancel each other out, right? That's kind of the only way to go about that.
Yep. I'm even willing to do that. Like, I could argue the finer details about how he's flip-flopped more than Kamala or whatever. Doesn't matter. Flip-flopping.
Well, I just don't want to get off topic.
Cancel each other out, right? Cancel each other out. Now we have sexual assaulter who tried to overthrow the government versus someone that didn't do either of those things. But we can go through other deal breakers. Go ahead. I'll listen to other Kamala deal breakers.
So what would you consider something equivalent to somebody committing SA, right? For a woman, because let's be honest, typically SA happens in middle-aged to older men, adults, right? So we're not to compare Kamala and her having an SA is probably less likely, because she's statistically less likely to do so. You know what I mean?
I think the issue here is that you're trying to find a deal breaker that matches SA, when what you should be doing is breaking out of the cognitive dissonance and saying, you know what, SA is really bad. I probably shouldn't have voted for the guy who was found civilly liable for SA.
But I guess it comes down to the fact that the positive points that I had for Trump were far outweighed the negative points.
So,
in my opinion, in my knowledge at the time and in my knowledge now, even still, I believe that the positive points of Trump that I saw outweighed the negative points.
Okay, so we go back to my original statement. Can you now that you've come to grips with it, you agree him being found civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman, him trying to overthrow the government, are not deal breakers for you? They're balanced out by the good things, his good qualities. Would you agree?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
That's insane. But I'm going to ask you, why did you vote for him then? What were the positive qualities?
I think in his first presidency, he made a lot of promises that he kept. I saw a significant difference in my life, just in the area where I live and the things that I saw. I saw a significant difference in my
Can
paycheck.
you be a little bit more specific? What promise that he kept that gave you what even difference? Like, be a little specific here.
I mean, Trump came into the office promising to help middle class Americans, to help people in my work of life.
How did he do that?
I mean, what do you want? I guess specifically, are you wanting?
I want to know what action did he take that helped you?
I think he had a lot of. Well, I think the number one thing would be his border reform, trying to solidify our southern border.
Thank you. Everything's computer.
I think his
wait. No, I'm sorry.
Foreign affairs.
I have to interrupt. I'm so sorry. I will let you talk about the border, but you didn't answer my question, because you said he helped your area specifically and the middle class people, and now you're talking about immigration. How did he help you?
Like, you're saying, like in terms of my paycheck.
I'm saying, you open when I asked you why did you vote for Trump. You said he kept promises. I said, okay, like what promises? You said he helped people like me. I saw a difference in my community, and I said, okay, well, what he do? I'm waiting for the answer to that question. What did he do to help you?
I mean, in small towns, rural America, and in Republican states, I saw a significant difference in.
What did he do?
I saw there were differences in workloads and the amount of work that was being provided. There was a significant difference in construction. I mean, just in the time that Trump was president in his first 4-year term, we saw the house building sector of construction grow immensely, right? I mean, we were producing 1.5 to 2 times as many houses in the same amount of time. And so the demand went up because of all of his policies in terms of tax reform and tax cuts and trying to help the middle class American. It caused more of the people in my community where I live to build houses and invest in in equitable solutions for for living and so
Can
I
I
guess
just
my
com-
point is that
Can I just
yeah,
comment?
go ahead.
That's not even true. What you're
But it
saying
is though.
is not true. The house building was actually less incentivized because of the steel tariffs and the lumber tariffs. It was more expensive to build housing, and that's part of the reason why the cost of living skyrocketed. Where are you even getting this information?
You're saying the cost of living skyrocketed during Trump's presidency, but it skyrocketed because of COVID. So in Trump's presidency, when Trump first started, the economy was on a decline, right? The inflation rates were on a decline from
When
Obama's
wait,
presidency.
when Trump's presidency first started, the economy was on an incline. The first term, right?
No, I'm saying prior to Trump coming into office, Obama had it on a decline.
I had what on a decline?
The our your why can't I think of the word? I'm drawing a blank here. Food prices, everything was on decline.
Thank you, Chris, for the dino. Are you saying inflation?
Inflation, yes, it was all on a decline when Obama left office.
I mean, it might have been.
That's in fact that's one of the major points that leftists argue is that Trump's first economy was significantly worse than Obama's economy when he left office, and I agree because it was, but the reason why was significantly skewed by COVID and the issues that we were dealing with as a country, right, during the COVID time, and so it did skyrocket. But in fact, after it skyrocketed and after COVID calmed down, by the end of Trump's 4-year term, inflation was actually lower than it was when Obama left office. And I think that's a significant accomplishment considering the fact that he had to battle COVID and still ended up with a lower inflation rate.
Do you know why inflation was lower?
I think that it was a mix of Obama's decline mixed with some of Trump's policies. And then I think a large portion of it comes to the fact that he handled COVID pretty well in order to make it so that we ended up as a stable country still after the fact.
Okay, those are good guesses. If inflation was low during his last year, because nobody was buying anything due to the pandemic. Now, when the economy started to recover and we started to get out of the pandemic, inflation started to go up, and it started to go up a lot because Donald Trump and his administration printed a fuck ton of money in that last year. And not only that, we were recovering from the changes to housing law that led to the increase in cost of living. So, for example, Donald Trump repealed the clause in the Dodd-Frank Act that made it so that companies like BlackRock can't purchase homes within the first 6 months that they're on the market. Instead, now they can just buy homes, and we see, I think it was in 2023, 44% of properties purchased were by corporations. That leads to increase in the cost of living, just like the steel and lumber tariffs increased the cost of living because fewer houses were being built. So we have inflation being caused by a lot of the money that was printed. We have supply chain issues, all these things that wouldn't come to fruition until the economy starts to recover. The last year of Trump's presidency, nobody was going anywhere. Gas was really cheap. Nobody was driving.
I guess I never saw it that way, but I do disagree to an extent because I think that like you pointing out that companies like BlackRock were buying houses and investment properties, which caused inflation. But the fact of the matter is that didn't affect rural Republican America, right? I mean, that affects Democratic America. If we're being completely honest, a city like Los Angeles is going to have significantly higher inflation due to the fact that when BlackRock goes in and purchases $600 million worth of homes, they're doing 50% of that in large cities like Tampa or Los Angeles or New York, right? Because they're finding places where the cost of living is already significantly higher in order to make it so they can cause their rent rates to be higher, because they're not going to charge $3,400 a month in a small town in I don't know, Alabama, when they can charge.
Kyle, you seem like a nice guy. You seem like you're open. All right. Now, we have a thing on these lives where if somebody sends a dinosaur, it triggers a vote to kick. You lost the vote. So I am going to go to the next guest. I'm going to ask you, because I think it sounds like you might have an open mind. Just listen a little. Watch these lives. It sounds like you might be in a bubble. might have been spun a web of lies expertly by right wing media, and once the reality starts to set in, you'll see that not only should sexual assault and an attempted coup be deal breakers, but even if they weren't, everything else about Trump and his presidency right now are dog shit. But anyway, appreciate you. Have a good night.
Thanks, man. Later.
Hello. If you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live Wednesday to Saturday, 7 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We're also live for all major political events. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. We're currently live on 3 platforms: TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch. TikTok might get banned on April 5th, so if you don't want TikTok to get banned, or actually, let me rephrase. If you don't want to stop seeing these lives because TikTok gets banned, make sure you're following on YouTube and Twitch. The link's in bio. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I thought that was a great conversation. Yeah, we're a democracy here, though, and democracy wanted him out. I'm sad he got dinoed. I don't mind that he got dinoed, but I thought he would survive the vote.
I love Tesla.
Thank you, Choo Choo. All right, next guest. Here we go. I don't know dino rules. How do we get him back? Galaxy. Hi, welcome up. He was a grape apologist, so good riddance. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Hi, welcome up. Empowered forward. Bueller. You need a W Dan sticker. Usually people just use the chili pepper for that. Henry, thank you so much for the pot of gold. I don't have a soundbite for that, but I'll play something.
Our country is being destroyed by stupid people.
Oh, you know what we haven't heard in a while? Hold on. Where is it?
I have concepts of a plan.
Not that. There we go.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Thank you, Henry, for the pot of gold. Okay. Dan, put your patience up. I don't think it is up. Did you hear the Republican that started the Trump derangement syndrome bill was arrested? Yes, I did hear that. Thank you, Carmine. You missed Coconut Tree? Coconut Tree's still available. It's Magic Rhythm.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
On to the next guest.
Thank you, Dan. I'm glad you added me up.
Hello. How old are you?
I'm 25.
How's your day going?
It's going wonderful. You know, very wonderful today. How about your day? How was your day, Dan?
Doing all right.
That's good. You know, when even better. I seen what Donald Trump did. Yeah, matter of fact, every day since January 20th has been great. There hasn't been a day that hasn't been great for me.
What has Donald Trump done for you?
Well, for one, do you see the gas prices, Dan? The gas prices are low, right? All-time low. You know, I'm here in North Carolina, and gas prices here is around 260. I think it's around 263 last time I seen it. Down here, this is the lowest I paid on gas in probably since about the early 2020, not late 2020, early around 2020.
Okay, so you know it's not an all-time low, right? That was an exaggeration.
Well, my fault. Not all-time low. That's my fault. I mean, all-time low in the last 4 years.
All-time low in the last 4 years. Okay, and what did Trump do to lower gas for you?
Well, I know that he said he asked it OPEC. He asked it OPEC. Wait a minute. He asked them to lower the price of the oil, and clearly that, and basically him just being offered to being one
When
of
did he
our
do that?
strongest. He I remember it was in the beginning. He said he asked them to do that.
Let me see if I have the right thing. You talking about this in talking about this in 2020 when he asked OPEC to cut production to artificially raise the price of gas? Is this what you're talking about?
No, sir. No, sir.
No,
This is
you're talking about
recent.
something recent. Okay. All right, let's see. Trump
Right.
OPEC. Oil prices slide on jitters over Trump's tariffs and OPEC increases.
But gas has an average in the country. You can look at the average. Go into AAA and look. Gas is lower.
Yeah. That's fine. The question is what Trump did to cause that.
It's the Trump economy, baby.
Okay. So grocery prices being up, that's on Trump too. You know, eggs are up so much it balances out my gas prices. I don't know about
The
you.
person, I'm a vegan, so I don't really deal with eggs. So I wouldn't know anything
Is
about
this
that.
Chris?
Goddamn, stop snitching in the chat. Y'all can't, please be quiet. I can't even have fun. Oh my God. How you doing, Dan? Hey, man. How you doing today, man? I'm so sorry. I haven't trolled in so long, man. I apologize, man.
You got me.
My fault. Hey, y'all, did we all see that Isaiah is running for congressman? I'm so excited, man. I hope he's winning, man. Everybody in the chat see?
Yeah,
I wish I could vote for him, but I can't.
Listen. He's gonna I think he's gonna win that seat. The question is if he wins the primary. So if you're in Texas, you're in the Houston area or wherever that district is, make sure let me see if Texas is a close primary state.
Only thing I did look at his candidates. I did see the candidate was, I think it was a district attorney or something like that, or attorney in that county. I'm hoping that Isaiah can really pull it out.
So make sure you're a registered Democrat if you want to vote for Isaiah in the primaries. This is a big issue in this country, is that the best candidates just end up losing in the primaries because people that want to vote for them don't register and don't follow their primary rules. They don't pay attention. They don't vote in the primaries. This is why Bernie Sanders was never on a general ticket. He would have blown Trump's back out in 2016 if he was the nominee. Same with Isaiah here. Isaiah is going to win that seat when he's up against a Republican. The problem is we need people to vote for him in the primary. So make sure you are registered as a Democrat if you'd like to vote for Isaiah in the primary. I understand labels suck, right? I don't want to be labeled a Democrat. I don't want to be labeled in the same party as Chuck Schumer, but I still want to be able to vote in my Florida Democratic primaries. That's how I voted for Bernie Sanders in the 2016 primary, 2020 primary. So make sure you are registered as a Democrat. I think that's something that a lot of people are going to forget about. People are going to obviously talk about canvassing and donating and all that stuff. It won't matter if you can't vote for him in the primaries. Texas has open primaries. If you don't register. Is that true? Texas GOP pursues closed primaries. Oh.
I'm talking about, y'all. I really hope he win. I want to see somebody from TikTok in office. I feel like him and Jasmine Crockett would be a great duo.
Oh yeah.
But I'm gonna leave you alone. I'm gonna let you debate somebody else. Y'all, everybody in chat, y'all have a blessed evening, man. And stop stitching when I'm trolling. God damn.
You have a good evening too. Thank you. I did not have to register with any party to vote here in Austin. Okay, Hector. Thank you. There's a lot of close primary states. I thought Texas was one of them. Okay. Well, maybe scratch that then. Scratch what I said. But still, listen. Isaiah is not taking PAC money. Isaiah is not going to be bought and sold. So if you want to see Isaiah succeed in that race, I don't know what his website is, but check him out. Donate. Isaiah who? Isaiah Martin. Still applies to other states. Yeah, true. It still applies to other states. Like in Florida, for example. Will you show his profile, Dan? Yeah. Hang on. Shauna, thank you so much for the meteor shower. Thank you so much, Shauna. Hold on, let me play something for you.
I am the chosen one.
Thank you, Shauna. I really appreciate that. You know what? That deserves one more.
Windmills are driving the whales crazy, obviously.
Come on, man.
I probably misspelled Isaiah. Hold on. Oh no, I misspelled Martin. I accidentally added an O. There we go. Who's that? I think I'm losing my voice today. Lynette, thank you for the hat and mustache. Well, why did he say that about the whales? Because he's a stable genius. Here we go. IsaiahMartin.org. Gwen, thank you so much for the $100. Keep educating the people. Yes, the amount is correct. Thank you so much, Gwen. So this is the second time Gwen's done this. The last time, I asked if the decimal point was in the right spot because I thought it was supposed to be $10. That's why she said that this time. Thank you, Gwen. Do you have any sound requests? I'll play some sounds for you. Anything with Obama? Say less. What do we got here?
Obama.
Thanks, Obama.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Obama.
That deserves Arabic indicted? Okay, I'll play it. سويتوا كل شيء مزبوط بس حكموني. Have you seen Trump ended segregation ban on facilities? Yes, I did. Hey, Olivia. Okay, we're gonna go to the next guest. Good night, Shauna. You had 7 million votes. I don't know if it has the same magic as a soundboard.
Thanks, Obama.
Thank you so much for the gifted sub, Lynette. Thank you. Did you see he will stop the Department of Education? Yeah, I saw. Get Elon with great difficulty. How many sound clips? Can you play a clip of Obama making the Pope, Queen, and Mandela joke? I don't even know if I know that clip. Say Obama. Obama. Okay, I actually have to speed run the next few guests. I'm getting really hungry, guys. Here we go. Next guest.
Hey, Dan.
How you doing?
I had requested, I was thinking about slapping that kid really hard. So, but I did send you a new Blanche video.
That will be nice to play after the guests.
Yep. So I'll let you get to him.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, where are we? Can you play I Did Everything Right and They Indicted Me? You know what? Yeah. Does Naughty Chicken still exist? Because I feel like we don't play the sound anymore.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Okay, going to the next guest. Problem, Olivia. Hi, welcome up.
I am the chosen one.
Thank you, Clutch. Hello?
I'm sorry. I accidentally tapped the wrong button.
No
But I
problem at
still
all.
love your show.
Thank you. I really appreciate you.
Always
I did
watch it,
everything
babe.
right and they indicted me.
Thank you, Coffee.
Perfect, perfect, perfect. Thank you. I love your show. I love you. Keep doing it, babe.
Love you too. Thank you. Have a great night.
You too. Thanks.
What does Bob Ross call it? A happy little accident? Like that was a, I'm glad that guest misclicked. Lily, thank you for the hand heart. Coffee, thank you for the naughty chicken. Clutch, thank you for the gold medal. Sounded like a fun ant. Added one to the patience meter. Love when you smile, Dan. Thank you. I did everything right and they indicted me. Madam Hexus used some Twitch channel points to highlight a message, and that message is all caps. I did everything right and they indicted me. Emmanuel, thank you for the $5. Dan, did you see Trump administration remove federal ban on contractors segregating facilities? Yeah, we've talked about it. It's Trump, MAGA has not been able to defend this yet. And can you talk more about the segregation stuff people are asking? Yeah, speaking of the devil, yeah. We can read the article. We talked about it at the start of the live. Let me finish the last two guests here, and then we can read the article. The new sound clip from today will cheer you up. Okay. If all they just joined. No, you're all good. You're all good. Hi, welcome up.
Hello.
How you doing?
Not too bad. Did you see the story out of South Carolina where the guy caught himself on fire trying to throw a Molotov at a Tesla?
I did not see that.
You should go look at it. It's pretty funny and hilarious. That's just very karma coded, wouldn't you say?
Who's he trying to throw it at?
A Tesla.
I mean, I guess.
Yeah. How do you feel about people vandalizing cars just to prove a point?
Well, I mean, the guy's essentially an open Nazi, so it's not too crazy to me.
Okay, but people that are buying the car, they deserve to get their cars vandalized? Isn't that crazy?
Probably not. I don't think I support the vandalism of people's cars, but I get it.
You get it. Of course you do. You all do. You're so fucking weird.
Let me ask you a question. Oh, he's running. Wait, chat, he's running. Well, you haven't successfully ran yet. You're still, bro. Come back in the app. You're teacupped. Come back. Don't run. The unsold ones can burn, in my opinion. Oh yeah, 100% agree. 100% agree. I'm talking about the like people that own Teslas. I don't think I would co-sign vandalizing people's Teslas. He speed ran himself, and there he is. There he goes. He doesn't know how to run. You can't even drive behind a Cybertruck anymore. Not rolling out. He's an Elon burner account. Oh, like Adrian Dittman. I wouldn't feel bad with punching Nazis. Yeah. The reason I'm like on the fence about like vandalizing privately owned Teslas is because that doesn't mean that they're a Nazi. Like they could have owned the Tesla before. It's probably, I would say it's probably undue hardship to ask everyone that owned a Tesla to sell it now that Elon's a Nazi. Like It's still, it's still your car. It's kind of rough. Tesla would just rake their lots. There wouldn't be fire. Oh, that's good. That's good. I love people changing the emblem. Right. People keep saying that it was the left likely to buy EVs before this. I ran into the door that says pull. I think you should leave reference. Oh, okay. But vandalizing Capitol is fine. I think it depends on the Capitol. Like just vandalizing Capitol in general is I don't think that's I personally I mean I guess I'm not as left as some people in the audience. I personally don't think vandalizing any Capitol is just fine. Depends on who the Capitol is owned by. Like an upside down mortgage, but on a vehicle. I'm all for burning billionaires shit. Exactly. But you don't have to be a billionaire to own a Tesla. You also don't have to be a Nazi to own Tesla. To own a Tesla. What was the Tesla wearing? Not working people. Yeah, exactly, Falcon. That's what I'm saying. Darren, request up, bro. Request up. Boutique, Beauty Boutique, thank you for the $5. You rule. Can I get a Kamala coconut tree laugh? Also, can you shout out Isaiah Martin? He's running for Congress. Yeah, we just pulled up his website, but I will do it again. Isaiah Martin. First of all, follow him on TikTok. Second of all, running for Congress. So if you are in the Houston area, make sure Food Dan. Yes, it's coming. Make sure you vote for him in the primary and vote for him in the general as well. His website is isaiahmartin.org, and you can donate to his campaign there. Okay, Kamala tree, coconut tree.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
Oh, that was you, Olivia? Thank you, thank you. The people mad about vandalizing Teslas aren't mad at Republicans vandalizing the U.S. Capitol. That's funny. I don't get the support behind all this chaos. What's being done that's good? You mean by Trump? Basically nothing. It's not vandalism. It's a Roman barbecue. Okay, some of these justifications are so funny, I might change my opinion. That's what I was saying, Dan. Oh, was that? Oh, I guess I didn't understand what your comment meant, but that makes sense. He hated the vandalism, but loved that the guy set himself on fire. Yeah, no, I mean, listen, he's an Elon Musk supporter. Of course, he's gonna like cruelty and pain. Why so many low-level grifters? I don't understand. Joe Santana, you've been on my live. You know I'm not grifting. I believe all of the liberal beta biased media. I believe it all. I'm not a grifter. Oh, did I misread? Gifters? Low-level gifters? What does that even mean? Go to the next guest. He can't spell. Hi, welcome up. Antoine, did you mean to request?
Oh, oops. My
You're
fault.
good.
No, I didn't.
You're good, bro.
But I do have a few points.
Oof.
I'm sorry. I wanted to say that the guy that was talking about the Rothschild family it's kind of ironic that he was talking about them, considering he also consistently supports the richest man on the planet. It's pretty backwards. You know.
I agree.
It's also really ironic that he said that we're scared of names. That's really, really, really ironic, considering he's scared of the Rothschild's name. You know. Yeah, I had a lot more, but I'll leave you with that since you have to get food and stuff.
Thank you, man.
All right, peace out.
Bye. Okay. We are going to go to the next guest. How much longer will you be live? I'd say less than an hour. We're coming to the end of the live, and I'm getting hungrier by the minute. Okay, next guest. Here we go. You trying to eat? I think I might cook. Hey, what's up?
What's going on, Dan? How was the guest tonight?
Tonight has been the most unhinged night in weeks.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I mainly came up here. I was waiting for you to speak on the segregated facilities executive order. I did have a couple people bring that to my attention, and upon reading it, I won't necessarily say it's a nothing burger, because Donald Trump has this tendency to get really close to the Civil Rights Act. But essentially, it's nothing of great consequence to anyone. There's still going to be state and federal laws that will prohibit segregation. We still have the Civil Rights Act that has those protections there. So this particular is just in regards to federal contracts, and segregated facilities are no longer explicitly banned, but that doesn't overrule state and federal law.
That's good to know.
I've just seen a bunch of people running with it, and by all means, keep an eye on it, because again, he is circulating 1964 a lot. But we have, in my opinion, much more concerning things happening in Congress than otherwise. So just keep your eyes peeled, guys. Don't pay attention to the smoke screens.
All right. I appreciate you bringing that to our attention.
Yeah, not a problem, man. Keep
For
it
those
up.
that aren't following Hector, he also does these political lives. He's great. Drop him a follow. And let's feed on some MAGA.
I also had some issues getting some of the requests for a little bit. A lot of them seem to be a little chicken shit.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was usually the case, but tonight has been interesting. Gotten some weird wackadoos tonight. So our first guest.
Talk about extreme.
Thank you so much for the crown, Nancy. Our first guest. When I asked him, "Are you okay with Trump violating the Constitution?" he said, "Yes, as long as he's making America great again." That was the first thing I had to contend with.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and it got worse from there. So
They say it so proudly, too. It's odd.
tell Hector to show his 10 MAGA commandments.
Oh, they're talking about a t-shirt that I made. I made a parody of the 10 Commandments, and I called it the 10 Commandments, because that's the only thing they freaking worship. I guess I'll go over it. Hold on. It's been a while since I pulled this one up. Anyway, I made it on a shirt, and I do a giveaway on my channel for subscribers, and it's actually quite freaking hilarious. A couple people got around. Let me find it.
Okay. In the meantime, we are winding down. Okay, but while there's 630 of you here, I need to ask you a favor. Thank you, Let Love Live. Thank you. While there's 630 of you here, I need to ask you a favor. Take a look at the top where it has my name. The right of that should be an orange heart or a gray heart. If you see a red oval that says follow, if you could just press that. So many people have gifted and subbed today, and I appreciate and love every single one of you. Nobody has to gift, nobody has to sub. I just like a follow if you can. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I would like to bully your base if you don't mind. I think you guys absolutely, Lord, absolutely should be following Dan Malik. If you've been sitting here for this long, 628 people in here, y'all can get those heart me's up. Y'all can get those gifts up. Y'all can definitely get those subs up. Y'all see what TikTok is doing to these creators. Make better decisions in 2025. We're already fucking up with the president. But yes, that 10 Commandments reads as follows. Defy God, deny reality, curb dissent, shun empathy, suppress freedom, reject climate change, worship whiteness, disparage foreign allies, violate the Constitution, and enable fascism. You can say that's, I don't
Thanks,
know,
Obama.
Relations 4-1. I don't care.
Oh my god, I need it, says Kevin. Thank you, Olivia, for the sub. Yeah, no, I agree with all those.
Wait,
on
am I
that.
subbed? I'm not subbed. That's crazy work. Hold on.
I told Kobe's Live about you, Dan. They said they were going to check you out. Oh, thank you, Amanda. They're on sale when? You forgot worship Putin? Oh, Hector's voice is soothing. It is. It is.
Thank you. And also, yes, I made this shirt months
Thanks,
ago.
Obama. Thanks,
I'd
Obama.
probably add a couple new things in light of the current events if I did it now. I may update it. It's just gotten so bad.
Oh shit, Hector, thank you for the sub.
No problem. Like I said, make better decisions in 2025, like I just did.
I appreciate that, man. Jay, thank you also for the sub. Thank you, thank you.
I love Tesla.
Thank you.
DC Tesla.
Thank you, Dumb Texan. Yeah, it's honestly my current favorite soundbite that we have. Just barely beating out.
I'm blowing out my damn throat.
Wait,
Did you not see the clip of him saying that?
No, I didn't.
All right, we're playing the clip for him, chat. Hold on.
Holy crap. Barbie, DMs are open. Anyways. Kid, did you not get your shirt? I'll check on
I'm
that.
blowing out my left arm. Now I'm going to blow out my right arm, and I'm blowing out my damn throat, too, because these stupid people. I'm blowing out my left arm. Now I'm going to blow out my right arm, and I'm blowing out my damn throat, too, because these.
This can't be real life.
Bro, this was before the election. This is people heard that and they saw this. They heard that, saw this, and voted for this man.
What the hell does that mean? I know that video. That was crazy. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, everything's computer.
Blowing out my. Okay, well.
Everything's computer.
Someone said earlier we should bring up MAGA while you're still up here. Would you like to stay up for a bit?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Appreciate that.
Next guest. Interdimensional politics. Yeah, this is Hector and Dan's official first collab. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, I just had a question. I was in the YouTube chat earlier. Did you see the site that doxes Tesla owners?
No, I didn't.
I could try not just tell you. Nah.
No, I don't need to know it. I don't. I don't need the doxing site.
Yeah, no. But I just want to let you know that because I thought that was somewhat funny, but also not good.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming up.
Thanks.
David brings up a great point. So Howard Dean lost the Democratic primary in 2004 because he said this. And now we have Donald Trump. Go to the next guest.
Finally,
Country is being destroyed by stupid
this
people.
liberal live. I need to know, Dan. I wasn't gonna let you slide on this one. How much were them trucks? How much? I gave you all this time to find out.
Thank you for
And I
coming
need
up.
to-
Thank you for coming up. Caffeine, thank you for the meerkat.
That was something.
I gotta post that. Wait, did I post that clip on YouTube? I think I might have posted that clip on YouTube. So there was this guy that just kept asking how many trucks that the Biden administration because they had earmarked money to like build EV stations and EV postal trucks and stuff like that. So he wanted me to take the number and divide it by the number of trucks. And I explained that then the money is also for like more than just the trucks, but he just kept saying how many trucks, but in like this Oklahoma ass accent, and it was just really, really funny.
I don't know what to say about these folks sometimes.
Yeah.
The weird things they hyper focus on. It's like, why?
Next guest, here we go.
Oh, thank you, self love. Someone from your chat here sent me $2 on the Cash App. My sources trust me, bro. Shade emoji. Okay, W. I'm not sure what that means, but appreciate.
I need to see this. Let me see if I think I posted it. Let me looking up my own YouTube on YouTube.
Oh, hi. Good to see you.
You know what? Actually, I'm gonna do this online. You guys do the self plug here. That this account right here logs every one of these lives, start to finish. So right now we have been live for 3 hours and 31 minutes. Let's say we're gonna be live for 4 hours. When I end this live, all 4 hours are gonna be available on this account. Make sure you're following Dan Malik Politics on YouTube. We also have shorts, only 4 of them because of who I am as a person, and videos, which is with. There we go. Okay, it's 16 minutes, but it is up here. How many trucks?
Oh, let me go right now. I'm finna go subscribe.
The little Marco guest box has me crying. You can use Opus clips to get more shorts. The thing is, it's not even a matter of me not having enough time to post more on YouTube. I genuinely, in my heart of hearts, I'm being totally honest with you guys. I genuinely forget to post things. TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, Blue Sky, anything. I just forget. I forget it exists. I forget I'm supposed to be posting stuff. I just like, oh, I go live at 7 o'clock. And then during the day, I work my day job. I just forget all of the other stuff. Okay.
Same as me.
Someone get Dan an assistant. About that. Next guest. Here we go. Dan, I think Barbie wants to talk to Hector. Wait, is Barbie here?
Who's Barbie? Also, Fish Taco Guy is starving for some MAGA. He's been sending in the chat. Feed us.
Hi, welcome up.
Oh, hey, what's up? I guess like a big thing about all this political stuff is like people aren't really like interested in policy or like how things actually work. Like the government, like as like a system. Right? I'm like already boring the shit out of half your viewers, right? But it's like the government as a system, like no one really cares how it works, but they do care about like the drama and the hypocrisy, right? And so it's like if somebody's a hypocrite in the government, then it's like a bigger deal than like if some really like annoying, boring thing fell through that has like huge impact on people, like FDA regulations on stuff, pesticide, things like that. So like going to the hypocrite thing, right? It's like um, you look at MAGA like they're mainly Christians, or they identify as Christians, right? In the same way, I guess that queer people identify as queer. And
I don't know about the same way, but okay.
well, I would say like they may. Well, they're very different ways. Like queer people might actually be queer, where like a lot of MAGA people don't actually follow the tenets of Christianity. So, but the point is like you have a like Jesus like feeding as many people as possible, right?
Amen.
And that's like a thing that he does. And so you then go like, okay, well, like here's a stat: like 40% of the food in the American food system just like goes to waste, and like a large portion of it is just like produce that gets thrown away because it's too ugly. But the grocery companies won't actually like donate that food; they just throw it away because like it eats the profits to give people free food. And so it's one of these things where it's like, how do you run a company like that sells food and doesn't give it away, and then you're also like Christian, you know? And so then as a MAGA supporter, like how could you support companies that throw that food away?
In question.
It's kind of boring, but it's just like fundamentally, like, I guess there's a lot of drama going on, but it's like it's sort of weird to me that like a lot of these people just go to church or say they go to church every Sunday and they're not like banging down the doors of the grocery store that they go to every day and just being like, why are you like starving people and throwing away all the food? It sounds stupid, but it's like ideologically it doesn't make any sense.
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Thanks, Obama.
Thank you,
All
Marte,
right.
for the sub.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for coming up.
Okay, I'm going through your stickers here, and my favorite is, so anyways, I started licking with the boots. That's hilarious.
That is a good one. It comes up a lot, unfortunately. Okay, we got to speed run these guys, chat. Hi, welcome up.
What's up?
You vote for Donald Trump? Excuse me, do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, man, I do. I think he's rebuilding the country in a great way currently right now.
Or your mic is not Michael right now. All right, try again.
Hello?
Okay, I think it sounds
You
better.
hear anything I said?
That sounds better now. Go ahead.
I think Donald Trump is rebuilding the country in a great way, and I really support that because I love the United States of America.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Year of birth?
Huh?
Year of birth?
2006.
Month?
January.
Thus.
He got it wrong too. He said he had a what is that? A 9 out of 12 chance of getting it right, and he got it wrong. All right, we're on to the next guest. Oh my God, these children.
Hey, y'all can get up to 400k likes. What are you doing?
Thanks, Obama.
Here's what we're gonna do. Y'all got 5 minutes. 587 of you, 5 minutes. Double tap that screen. 400k likes, or you're a bigot. Thanks.
All right, I don't know if I co-sign that, but thank you. Lynette, thank you for the gifted sub. Going to the next guest. Or you're a bigot is crazy.
Sorry, I threatened all my people. Anthony said, talk us through it, Hector. Oh my God. I swear every time I come here, Marco Rubio gets bigger and bigger.
His size varies sometimes. If he's been in cold water. Y'all remember in 2016 when Donald Trump and Marco Rubio were debating about the size of their penises? Remember that?
Thanks,
vaguely
Obama.
remember that.
8 years ago. Linda, thank you for the sub.
Fast forward to 2024, Joe Biden and Donald Trump on the debate stage were going back and forth about who can swing their golf club the hardest. So, 400k likes. Look how easy that was.
Twitch chat, Vermont politics. How do you get him to sit on your microphone? I had to stop tapping because Kitty. Next guest, here we go.
Hello.
Hi, welcome up.
Hey, how are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
I'm doing fine. I want to understand, like, what I don't understand is
this
why do you
Chris?
think MAGA is against the Constitution?
Is this Chris?
No, I just joined the live. I know you're going to ask my age. I'm 18. January 2007. I was not able to vote this year, but if I could, I would have voted Trump from Carolina.
Okay.
South Carolina, to be specific. My apologies. And I don't understand why you think MAGA is against the Constitution. Could you please explain?
Yeah, so Donald Trump has violated the Constitution multiple times, taking office in January. Violated the 14th Amendment by issuing an executive order that overturns birthright citizenship, which is enshrined in the 14th Amendment. violated the First Amendment by deporting a legal resident for exercising his First Amendment rights, and he's violated the Articles 1, 2, and 3 of the Constitution by defying a court order about deporting the Venezuelan migrants.
Okay, I understand that. But of the two parties,
Okay, you're trolling. This isn't a real accent.
What do you mean, sir?
You
What?
know what I mean.
I don't know what you mean. I'm confused, sir.
Your first red flag was saying that you just joined the live, and I saw you
I
comment
did.
about 10 minutes ago saying,
Yeah,
"Can
I
you
did
please
comment,
let
but
me-"
if you scroll up, you'll see it says
Bro,
nobody.
I'm hungry. I can't do it. No trolls. Come on. We need chat's starving. We need MAGA. Please.
Finna play MLK saying that brother's starving.
He also violated the Second Amendment. True. Excessive use of sir.
I would say violating all the amendments was calling for its termination.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Never forget, 2022, Donald Trump said he was totally cool with terminating the rules, regulations, and articles in the all right, while that guy is trying to connect, somebody said like the excessive use of the word sir. I'm going to give you guys a trade secret. If you ever get a message on TikTok or on anything, if you get a message that and you're not sure if it's like a real person or you're getting catfish or it's a scam or something, if they use the phrase kindly or dear, just delete the message.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Like kindly do something, you're getting scammed. Dear, hi dear, getting catfished. Oh, another good one is if this usually doesn't come up in the first message, but if you start talking to somebody and they use the phrase each and every rather than every, scammers. Go to the next guest. Hello, dear. With the heart face is what they always say. Yep. Hi, welcome up.
All right. Hello?
Hello.
Hi. So Dan, I'm not a Trump supporter. I need a little reassurance here. And you're probably like the most stray-headed political TikToker that I follow. But right now Trump he's been undoing a lot of DEI policies in the federal government, and I saw some posts that were talking about them going and undoing laws that were put in place for anti-discrimination down to like making bathrooms separate per race. Let's say, yeah, segregation. Thank you. Explicitly banning. What is the realistic? I talked to my buddy earlier today on the way to work, and he says there's no way that they can actually push this any further than they already have. Like when it comes to segregation, it's not something that we can actually rewind across the country. It's not possible, right?
I'm gonna let Hector take this one because he just explained it beautifully.
Yeah, so specifically in regards to this executive order, this is more symbolic than anything. I would basically describe the act as pulling away at the fabrics of civil rights. By the end of the day, it will not ultimately undo anything in the Civil Rights Act or federal and state laws that ban segregation on their own. So this is only specifically in regards to federal contracts as well. It's going to relate to certain federal contracts with businesses that will do like certain restaurants, lobbies, facilities, so on and so forth. But ultimately, it's something we can keep an eye on. We can add to the pile. Like I typically like to host lives. I held one earlier. Donald Trump's a racist. How racist are you? I add this to the pile of evidence to prove that he is. But ultimately, this on its own is non-consequential. As for
Doesn't it seem like maybe a stepping stone to greater changes, that it's like testing the waters almost?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Yeah. Many of Trump's executive orders very much pushing the boundaries,
Yeah.
seeing how far we can get. So this is the start of that. Do I think it ultimately in this next 4 years is going to lead to something like the Civil Rights Act being looked at and stuff? Absolutely not. No. But we can say they're treading closer and closer. Sure. Because what I'm going to see ultimately is an argument made that there's no need for that because we're doing fine in today's society. That's what we do for everything else, right? DEI, there's no need for that. Preferential treatment, all that crap. So they could look at 1964 being the ultimate form of preferential treatment in a society that doesn't need it.
The friend I was telling you I called earlier today, he made the argument because he really tries to play both sides of the fence. He's like, well, you know, in the government's eyes, maybe what they're trying to do is because it's so obvious that it's not okay, that reeling back a law that was unnecessary in today's day and age, it's just unnecessary. And I responded to him like, what's the TikTok phrasing? Grape. That's illegal. You can't do that, but there's still laws for it. There's still laws in place for things that are illegal because it's not okay, and people need to be held accountable when it's done. But reeling back these laws that were put in place to give people equal rights and equal opportunities all across the country, it just seems overwhelming.
Yeah, and it's not going to stop anytime soon. But again, this of all the things we have to be concerned on, we can put it on a list, but no need to hyper focus on it. And I'll also say it's just federal right now, right? Federal contracts. This doesn't extend over to private corporations, although I'm sure some of them are going to test their luck. We've already seen that happen with Donald Trump's DEI executive orders. So, but yeah, definitely keep an eye on it, guys.
All right, Waldo, thank you for coming up.
Thank you so much.
Okay, chat. I might have to start doing what Parker and Dean do and just kicking friends. Oh, actually, we are out of guests anyway, so we're good to go. we got no MAGA guests for Hector. I'm so sorry, bro.
Hey, it happens.
Hey, Emmanuel, what's up?
Yeah. I was gonna add like one more perspective about that a lot of people might not notice it, but when it comes to federal contracting and stuff like that, it then kind of like goes into how who is allocated these federal contracting jobs and stuff like that. So whenever it comes with how his anti-DEI sentiments and how if you remove protections without replacing it or any when it comes to federal laws and stuff like that, that would then mean that a lot of contracts that are usually given to black-owned businesses and black-owned contractors, now there's no like obligations for that to be given to those businesses. So that's where like the real practice with that specific thing being removed can go to, as well as then certain departments would look into discrimination when it comes to segregated contracts.
This last one, particularly that we were just referencing, that wouldn't quite correlate with things that would stop the government from working for Black-owned businesses. But the last couple executive orders, yes, would very much align with what you're saying, and they're just going after it overall. And it's definitely going to have an impact on Black and Brown communities for sure. Already has, for that matter.
I think I was saying specifically when it came to like how many contracts are given out. So I think these were done instances in which where they're trying to push the issue on that, which is crazy that like I've asked different people what is the reason for doing this, regardless if you think it has an immediate effect or not, and nobody really can like, especially on the MAGA side, give a justification for it.
Yeah, I asked quite a few people about the segregation one today. I'm like, why do you think he did this? What is the purpose of this? And he just says, I got one answer from one MAGA, one answer. I
Oh.
don't know, but I believe he's going to do what's best.
I got one crazy answer. Somebody said it's a good thing because now we can segregate against LGBT people.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
That was the craziest answer I heard. I was like, whoa, okay. You're
You guys are
insane.
getting
But
answers. It's been 4 hours and we've asked MAGA. They don't answer. They don't want to answer.
Yeah, that's
Please,
they're
please.
also quiet about what, the 400 and something people that are now gone in Gaza. Real quiet about that.
The deadliest single day since 2023.
Yeah, yeah. They don't really have much of a defense anymore.
All right.
Yeah, that was all, Dan. I'm gonna drop down.
Thank
You
you
gotta
so
hit
much.
a reset.
What's up?
You gotta hit a reset
On what?
on a live. Let's try
Oh
to see
no,
if we get more
no.
mega
If I'm in, I'm in for the night. I'm hungry. I'm tired.
for sure.
But
But you then take care of yourself.
thank you. Appreciate it. You as well. Wars, yeah. Had to block my veteran friend for defending what Elon's "My heart goes out to you" salute. Yeah, I mean that. I actually, they're making me conspiracy theorists. I'm actually starting to believe that Elon did it on purpose to see if people would defend it.
The things I want to say on that, I can't say on this platform. They will take me out. Not like that, but I'll get a violation.
Yeah.
Because just like you said, so many ideas wrapping up in my head with the way they're just confidently stepping over the nonsense going on, and it only seems to lead to one thing. But anyways,
All right. Hector, I am so sorry that we got no magas tonight, or no magas since you got here at least. But you are always welcome. Appreciate you.
absolutely.
For anyone that's not following Hector, right there, you just got to press the little follow button.
I'm typically working nights, but not tonight, which is why I'm generally not in your lives enough unless I'm just lurking in the comments, tapping the screen. They scared of Hector. Maybe, I don't know. But I'll leave you guys with this. First off, thank you for having me up. Appreciate everything that you do. Continue to support Dan Malik and all the other creators. Support them through all the links in the bio. He went over his YouTube. Subscribe to the freaking YouTube. And I'll leave y'all with this. I held a live today where a guy came up and he said Donald Trump couldn't possibly be a racist. He appointed this much black people, Marco Rubio, and so on and so forth. So I said, oh, okay, so you think because you appoint black people it negates racism? He said, yes. So then I said, okay, so do you think Joe Biden's a racist? And he said, yeah, absolutely. No denying it. I was like, cool. So when he appointed Madam Vice President Kamala Harris as his vice president pick, was he racist then? What? And yeah, point proven. Anyways, thank you very much for having me up.
Of course. Have a great night.
You as well, man. I don't know if you drop.
I got you. They do not think logically. No, I think it's the real thing is they do not think. Okay. I like that you don't kick people out though that aren't MAGA. It helps us ask general questions. Yeah, so I do feel bad. And I don't know. The reality is I don't know if it's sustainable at the level of like Parker and Dean. Like their guest box is like 60, 70 people deep. So I don't know if I can blame them for dropping friendlies because then you'll never get through the live that way. So but I do my best to hear everyone out and give people what's the word? Give people the platform a bit to voice either their concerns or if they have a question. And they let their ego run amok. This is what debates look like. I don't know what that's. Have one night or something. Oh, like a friendly night? We've done friendly nights. I take a friendly every few ops. They'll take up the whole live if you don't. Thoughts on recent Harry controversy? I almost went the full 4 hours without having to comment on that. Discord is for the friendlies. Oh, that's a pretty good point. You allow people to have civil discourse. We try to in the standing desk setup. Thank you. So I'm not gonna give my entire thoughts on it because I have a lot. I have a lot of thoughts on it, and I really don't want to get into it when I'm trying to end live. All I'm gonna say is, just for now, we could maybe talk about it tomorrow as well. Expand on it. But for now, all I'm gonna say is that was like a Travis Scott level apology video, or I guess for him it was a live. That apology was so bad. Actually, well, I don't even think there was an apology. It was someone would ask like, "Where's the apology?" And he'd say, "Oh yeah, well we talked about that earlier." But yeah, that's all I'll say for now. I'll talk more about the controversy tomorrow, probably. Where can I find the apology? Guys, just look it up. Oh, Caffeine. Should I play that video? Caffeine said, play my last TikTok if you want to ruin chat's day. Chat, do you want to have your day ruined? Hannah's video had my jaw on the floor. Was that the most recent one with the... Yeah, so that's part of the reason why I don't want to talk about it right now, because I don't know. I don't have all the information. I was kind of well-versed, like, with the first like day of this situation, but now there's more information, and I don't want to speak out of turn. Yes, ruin my day, Dan. Hannah's was the one that had the other guy and the kid in Australia. Yeah. So I watched most of that video when I was coming back from the... Well, I listened to most of that video. I was coming back from the vet with Lyndon for his yearly. What are you talking about? All right, hold on. Talk.
I'm a firm believer that President Trump will run and win again in 2028. So I've already endorsed President Trump. Got him now. He's on fire, and I'm a huge supporter. Want to see him again in 2028.
And obviously, anybody who doesn't like what you say but judges it as a function of a lack of intelligence doesn't know anything about you. I don't make that mistake. You're a smart guy. You know he's term limited. How do you think he gets another term?
We're working on it. I think we'll have a couple of alternatives. Let's say that. We'll see. We'll see what the definition. We'll see what the definition of term. We'll see what the definition of term limit is.
All right. Well, so you're talking about litigating this issue, because I don't want people to listen to our interview and say Bannon's cooking up an insurrection. Bannon is cooking up. You know what I mean? I want people to get a straight take on where your head is. What are you suggesting?
Chris, as you know, I've had greater long shots than this. When we supported President Trump after the election, I realize you don't believe the election in 2020 was stolen. We do. We fervently believe that. When President Trump went back to Mar-a-Lago on January 20th, 2021, he was the longest of long shots to return to the White House. We said that day in our podcast and doubled down, having President Trump's back, that he was coming back not just to win the primary, he would win the White House, and we had to get organized and drive that victory, and also start working on all the policies, what's called Project 2025 or the America First Policy Institute, but all those different think tanks that started putting in the policies that you're seeing today in what we call Flood the Zone or Days of Thunder or however you want to describe it. But this is many years in the making. So we've had greater long shots than Trump 2028, and we've got a lot of stuff we're working on there. We're not prepared to talk about it publicly, but in a couple of months, I think we will be.
But you are not suggesting revolution or overthrow or anything that people would condemn.
Chris, we just won one of the biggest sweeping victories. We're in the middle of a 1932 type realignment if we can continue on and continue to have populist policies, populist nationalist policies. We have African American men coming to our side. We have Hispanics coming to our side. So no, we're huge believers in democracy because we know how to get votes out. We know how to get low propensity, low information voters out to support the president.
Did he say 1932? Y'all know what happened in 1932, right? Caffeine? When you said, play my last TikTok if you want to ruin chat's day, you were not wrong. My day is ruined. You don't, but you just looked it up. Bro, did you see my face when he said 1932? Admitting to Nazism, Project 2025, and a coup all in one video. Yeah. I'm fleeing. I don't blame you.
Hey, Dan.
Hey.
I just quickly need to say, of course it's the other person that did a frickin' Nazi salute on stage that just said all of that shit. What is this timeline and why is Doctor Strange not fixing it? I'm not okay. I knew something like this was going to happen. My conspiracy theory of choice was he was going to try to start all of these conflicts so he could enact martial law. But this, oh my god, I don't. Yep, you ruined my day, Caffeine. Good job.
Well,
thank you, Hector.
Before you drop, would you like some followers? Everybody,
I always appreciate it.
follow Kit. He is also a political content creator.
I am, and just as a queer Jewish person with a uterus, this is scary as fuck. And thank you all.
Thank you so much for coming up. And
Have a good night, Dan.
And no thank you to Caffeine for ruining our night. Oh god. Okay. Okay. I know I said I was going to go over the news after debates. But I am very hungry. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to speed run the news. Okay? We're going to do a speed run and then we could go more in depth tomorrow. Maga says we're overreacting. It's just gaslighting at this point when they say we're overreacting. Okay. Speed run the news. Here we go. Trump set to sign executive order shuttering the Department of Education on Thursday. Trump reporting another protester here legally on a student visa. Federal Reserve sees tariffs raising inflation this year, keeps key rate unchanged. Menaced by Trump, Canada prepares to join EU military industry efforts. Ben & Jerry's alleges parent company Unilever removed its CEO over social activism. Ex-Proud Boys leader is said to no longer be facing criminal prosecution over his arrest on assault charges. Trump's press secretary attacks federal judge in deportation case by name and calls him Democrat activist. Big Pharma fears best-selling drugs in crosshairs of US-EU tariff spat. Just so you know, this includes cancer drugs. White House press secretary says French should be grateful to US that they are not speaking German. Trump releases JFK files. Okay, first piece of good news, I guess. The auto pen controversy explained. Oh, we can't go into that right now. Trump's return to the office order is chaos at FDA. One staffer described chaos and lost work hours for commuting, security lines, and shuffled office space. As a reminder, Donald Trump, for no reason, passed an executive order making it so that no federal employees can work remotely. Who asked for this? What American asked for this? I'm going to be so happy when that headline finally happens, bro. Yeah, me too. I just need the Big Macs to do their job. Trump halts $175 million in funding to Penn University over policy on trans athletes. Trump pushes energy dependence agenda in meeting with U.S. oil executives. Chief Justice John Roberts rebukes Trump's call for impeaching judge who ruled against his deportation plans. Minnesota senator introduces bill to modify definition of mental illness to include Trump derangement syndrome. Same Minnesota senator arrested for soliciting prostitution from a minor. Segregated facilities are no longer explicitly banned in federal contracts. Trump invites serial sexual assaulter and violent assaulter Conor McGregor to speak at White House for St. Patrick's Day. South African ambassador has to leave U.S. by Friday because he spoke poorly about Donald Trump. USAID cuts jeopardize Agent Orange cleanup and other efforts critical to ties with Vietnam. The EU wants to break its security dependency on the U.S. and buy more European weapons. Josh Hawley wants to change judges' power as he pushes to help Donald Trump. Hungary bans LGBTQ plus pride marches. Arlington Cemetery strips content on black and female veterans from website. I'm going to read that one again. MAGA, who asked for this other than the racists and the sexists? Arlington Cemetery strips content on black and female veterans from their website. Wait, what is D Dizzle saying? Everyone's shitting on him. This is all what I voted for. What a dream. We can't stop winning. Have you seen the Harry Chris stuff? Yeah, I commented briefly earlier. I might comment a little more tomorrow. I don't know. There's some stuff I still haven't seen yet. Hey, I have a question. If we go to World War III, does that mean Trump stays in office? I don't know. I did invite one of the girls to come up and speak on her experience. It's in Parker's Discord. There's a lot. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Did H-Man? My great grandma's info and doesn't have her branch or rank, just his wife. Wow, that's really sad. Don't forget, Dirty Dan owes us 7 additional minutes at the end of your live. Yeah, well, I wanted to end my life 14 minutes ago, so now you owe me 7 minutes. The tolerant left wishing death on an innocent good person. Typical. What innocent good person is the tolerant left wishing death on? Hey, Dan, gonna go to bed. Hope you have a good night. You too, LRDC. Thank you. Who's wishing death on him? What are you talking about, D Dizzle? Leave it to the draft dodger in chief to disrespect real American patriots. Shake my head. Yeah. The Big Mac comment. McDonald's is the #1 fast food restaurant in the United States. That comment could have been about anybody. I think I'm just gonna accept we're cooked. Can we get a quick synopsis on the Harry thing? No. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. That would be way too much tonight. All right, y'all. I'm gonna go to bed. No, I'm not gonna go to bed. I'm gonna go eat. Chat, Dean talked about Harry and Chris earlier. Someone probably posted it. When are they going to use their head and see the fact is right there in their face? I don't know. Thank you, Maddie. I appreciate that. Your show was a great show. Pickles had a lot of weird people. We had a lot of weird people too, to be fair. These colas more will drive traffic here. Wait, what's I mean colas? Is this why Harry hasn't been around for the couple days? I can't speak for Harry. I don't know. Wait, Dan, it's midnight. Yeah, I really did push this way too long. Oh, collab. Yeah. I'll try to. Definitely try to. Liam, I thought you were going to bed. All right, everyone. Have a good night. You know what? I'm gonna do this one by one. You all deserve each of my attention. Twitch. Have a great night. Thank you all so much. The Twitch live has ended. YouTube. Have a great night. Thank you all for being here.